EJ for all on the big loop. Are you ready for the event? Roger. Acquisition signal 5x5. Let's get started, shall we? What's wait, what's going on here? Oh no. The camera doesn't work. Uh-oh. It's broken. Oh no.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Why? I have not touched this thing since yesterday. What is going on here? It was working fine yesterday. Bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Oh, now it works? Yeah, okay. All right, that's whatever. Where's the suit? It's at the dry cleaners.
Freaking Windows 98! Get Bill Gates in here!
Dude. Okay, hold on. Shut that off. Mission control, what is the status on the toilet?
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
Okay, cool, perfect. All right. So, you watching the Northrop? That would be the Cygnus docking. Yeah, we can do that. How's everybody doing? So, okay, just context here for VOD viewers. If you're watching this, this is like the weekend, this is the Monday after Artemis II concluded. We're still like, I don't know about, well, not we're, I don't know about you guys. I'm still like, what just happened? Any chance for it to be picture in picture with KSP? Yeah, that's probably what we'll do. Yeah. Dude, I'm still trying to put together that we went to the damn moon. I mean, it's just a flyby, but we did it. Like, the post-Artemis high is still there. All right, cool. It's not just me. Dude, what the frick? You guys are still doing that? Here, I was so excited about the splashdown. I forgot to do this. Better late than never. Bro. All right. You guys were very, very generous to me over the last week and a half. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Well, while I got your attention while everybody's here, this is the only day this week I'm going to be streaming KSP. Everything else would just be space news. The reason why is because I got a gig to host the AIAA Design, Build, and Fly
Discovery,
30th annual challenge at Textron Aviation's airport in Kansas next weekend. So we're doing some VFT action this week. Yeah, I'm hosting the event. So apparently the Artemis II stuff paid some dividends. You know? Hey, Lazy Blueberry Panda, thank you for the raid. What's going on? So today we're going to do Kerbal tutorials, but tomorrow I got to get on an airplane because I'm going to Textron, baby. No road trip. I did not have time to get any of the cars ready to go. So yeah. So what is the AIAA Design, Build, and Fly event? It's like Spaceport America Cup, but with RC airplanes instead of rockets. It's a challenge where you have to build an RC airplane to do a certain task. And this year's task, so it's the 30th anniversary. The first one was 1996. This year's task is build a bush plane. Build an RC bush plane that can pick up a banner and tow a banner around. So that's not gonna suck. You know what I mean? That's not going to suck. That's gonna be pretty cool. Yeah, it was only 10 years ago. Yeah, I know, right? It's weird that they went to a 30th anniversary. Tomorrow you won't be able to say, this isn't Kansas anymore. Yeah, right. What a cool time to
Discovery,
play
go at
balsa.
throttle.
Yeah, the event starts on Friday, dude. So I got to go there, and I'm going with some NSF boys, and we're going to get some stuff set up. And then, yeah. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to be working during the day, getting everything set up for the event, right, throughout the week. And then we'll do space news is at night, if provided I can get a good enough internet connection. It shouldn't be too bad. You landed or NSF landed. So NSF got the gig Contra, but they, got word from the Dacinator. He's like, I need an av geek to host this event. I'm like, I'm one of those. I can fly. I'm pilot.
Discovery,
I'm
go
not.
at throttle up.
So that's what's going on. So don't worry though. Today we're going to do some Kerbal tutorials, right? And we can watch the Cygnus docking. There's Starship testing going on. You ever play with that RC stuff? I have not gotten around to Electron, but something tells me that after this event, that's probably, gonna be a thing. Have you thought about getting your PPL? Shiny money is really the thing that's holding me back from doing that. But after this week, who knows what's gonna happen, guys? I want to be very clear. I don't do this to like make lots of money. I do this because I love it. With that all being said, I streamed a lot during the pandemic for the people that weren't here. If you're a newer viewer, welcome. I am a space nutcase first and foremost. I love things that fly through the air. I love mechanical equipment. I have the worst addiction to like things that move things and go fast. I don't know what that's about. Not going to ask questions. Not going to try to unpack that. I blame my parents. It's probably their fault. So with that all being said, guys, sub count's higher than it was during the pandemic. I never talk about what I make because I don't believe in doing that. It's high, like way higher than it was during the pandemic. So, I mean, message received, guys. You want to learn about space. People are jonesing for it. And guess what? I got the recipe, baby. I got the recipe. We're going to feed you. So I was thinking today, I'll get my direct rocket out, which we put together for the challenge the other day. When Max from NSF was like, "Oh, you won't be able to do that." I'm like, and I'll do a Kerbalized version of the Artemis II mission, and I'll show people about spacecraft design and how that all works. For the newer people to be able to understand what the Artemis II mission did and why it's ridiculous. I think that would be a good tutorial. I think that would be a good way to explain what's going on, how spacecraft fly, kind of give a high-level overview to orbital mechanics, and kind of go from there. Greetings from Greece. I bought KSP2 and really disappointed how it ended. Is today's classic KSP updated enough to be worth it, in your opinion? Okay, so, Potent, I apologize that you bought KSP2. I am going to gift you a sub because I feel horrible about that because I had something to do with that game getting popular, and yeah, it's abandonware.
This is space.
It
I'm
sucks.
in space.
It's terrible. Buy KSP1. KSP1 has enough modding support for thousands of hours of gameplay. So you want to get KSP1 on the computer, and then you want to get a thing called CCAN. So that's Charlie Kilo Alpha November. CCAN. CCAN is the kind of gateway to get all the mods, and you can get whatever you want. There is enough mods in there to play the game 1,000 different ways, and probably I'd say easily 30,000 hours worth of gameplay content if you really want to do that. So first of all, I'm sorry, that sucks. I've been trying to make sure no one buys KSP2 because that game is a steaming pile of crap. It's uncompleted, which kind of sucks, but yeah, Yoda, you've been a space nut for 30 years, but you sparked an itch with Artemis coverage. Dude, I am so... Dude, it warms my heart to no end that people like this stuff. It makes me so happy, Yoda. Like, it brought out the space nerds in full. Like, I feel like Artemis II was like...
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Artemis... Oh my gosh, Adendal. Merci beaucoup. Oh, jeez. 20 subs. Guys, don't start doing this today. Come on. Don't start doing this. You know, yeah, sub count's higher than the pandemic, but this is the last time I'm going to mention it. Like, I'm not going to mention it again. I don't like talking about how much I make. I like making sure I give you good content. That is my goal. With that all being said, Yoda, I think that Artemis II to spaceflight is what Woodstock is to rock and roll.
This is space.
Like,
I'm in space.
Dude, people came out of the woodwork. Angry Medic, what are you doing? Stop it, man. I should be thanking you. It's bullcrap. I was a distant space enthusiast. I liked it, but I never got the bug. I watched all your Artemis coverage, and oh my gosh, you're hooked. Pickled, it's the best. It's so damn cool. So, oh, I still have that up from the end of the stream. That's great. All right, let's go over here. Shut up and take your accolades. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Newell, hey. 41 month. Oh, gosh. Ultra. Oh, my God. What is... Will Ryan be joining you? I don't think so. I think he's overdoing coverage. Ultra, what the... What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop, right? Oh, my God. What is happening? All right. The chat's just chaos. Oh, my goodness. Ryan went to bed. Yeah, dude, he didn't sleep for like the last 2 days, Steve Ree. I think Ryan found his bed, and that's about it. I don't know how he made it through the night, dude. He was with me for not Artemis. He was with me for Starship coverage yesterday, and he worked a night shift. Yeah, he's sleeping, dude. He's sleeping. But anyway, yeah, guys, I'm so happy that everybody's pumped about this. So we're gonna play a game today called Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program has been my main game here on Twitch and now on YouTube for the better part of 15 years. This is a game about spaceflight. It'll teach you how rockets fly through space. All right? It is an amazing visualization for how spacecraft move around. And yeah, so you design and build your own rockets in it. So let me just give a high-level overview here. So Kerbal, you have a bunch of parts. You have all different types of fuel tanks, different types of rocket engines. You have jet engines. You can build airplanes in it. You have all types of wings. You have all kinds of landing gear, rover wheels. You can do in situ resource utilization if you like doing stuff like that. Are you going to do full vanilla KSP? Yeah, for the most part. So what I'm working on in Kerbal, the thing I was working on before Artemis II, is a very, very advanced project. Let me just give you kind of a little bit of an overview here. You can get pretty damn advanced with KSP. I'm just wondering who's a Shuttle fan out there that knows what the heck this is, because it's not a mobile launcher. It's not a Shuttle ML. It's close, but it's not a Shuttle ML. Any chance you could show the tutorials with a fresh start? No. We'll replicate the Artemis II mission, and then we can go from there. So for the people that don't know what Kerbal Space Program is, that's Slick 6. That's the Venn, and if you're an old school Shuttle fan, you know Slick 6. It was a shuttle launch site that they ended up never using. What I do in KSP, and this is how granular you can get with this, and I'm not even tapping that much into mods. You can build launch pads. That's what I do. I build launch pads. I build launch pads for my vehicles because I believe in reusing my vehicles. Here's a different look at this. This one might give you a little bit more context as to what's going on. So there's my boosters. There's the main shuttle external tank, etc., etc. I'm building cranes out of solid rocket booster casings because they're really strong to be able to hang an orbiter on this and fly it, etc., etc. Now, once again, that is a very high level. This is like very advanced gameplay. What Kerbal is a rocket simulator at the end of the day, and you can build whatever the heck you want in this thing. Me, I'm a shuttle guy. I love the shuttle. That might be changing soon because lunar missions are way cooler than shuttle missions, and I hate admitting that, but it's the truth. So this is what you do in Kerbal. You build and then you fly. So I built this shuttle. This shuttle took a long time to make. Making its thermal protection system sucked. That was really not easy to do.
Discovery,
But we did.
throttle up.
And it works, and it's really fun to fly. What is the easiest simple rocket to begin with? Once again, fellas, high-level overview. Just chill. So you can get pretty advanced with what you build, but I don't necessarily want to do that today. We're going to try to keep it more or less simple. If you guys like Starliner as well, we built Starliners for for what it's worth. That's a tier 3, 119-month resub automat. And then we had an Ultrasaurus raid too. Like, there was too much stuff going on. But yeah, we built Starliner here. It's pretty good. Ultra, thank you very much for the raid. Did my mods give you a shout out? Like, I had a freaking tip train and sub train going, and then there was like 3 raids on top of that. And it's Monday, and I need more coffee and help, please. How many orbits would the shuttle have done if it wasn't a once around out of Slick 6? So, John, I learned actually doing the Slick 6 research, just on a side note, that the shuttle could get to 48 degrees inclined out of Vandenberg by flying a southeast dogleg out of Slick 6. Dude, if the shuttle pad was there, they could have gotten to the ISS from Vandenberg with the shuttle. In an alternative timeline, that's what happens. Your Starline is better than a real one. Yeah, because my thrusters don't overheat. But it's hard to overheat thrusters in KSP. So, where I think you guys want to go is... where are you? This one is just my straight shuttle save, so I only have my Starliner loaded into this one. What game is this? This is Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program is a game where you design and build rockets, and then you fly them around in space. The thing is that it's not the most hyper-realistic, but it's realistic enough to get the point across, to get a fundamental understanding of how orbital mechanics work. Throughout the entire Artemis II mission, guys, I was getting questions about what a free return trajectory is. How do they get to the moon? Like, how do they do that flyby? How did they do the close pass on one side? How does that all work? Well, you're about to learn today. You're about to learn today how that all works. So, let me... I forget which one we used for the challenge that we did the other day. Maybe show launch and flight before doing some build stuff. Just a bit for orbital mechanics. I was thinking use the space shuttle. We could launch the Block 1C if we want. This is my heavily up, like, this is my 5th generation orbiter. I've had 5 generations of them over 15 years. This is the newest one. But see, the thing about the shuttle, guys, is that it's hard to make. Shuttles are tough. They're really more of a more advanced user, so to speak. Can you tell that I'm not prepared for this? I was thinking about what we wanted to do, and I was thinking get my direct rocket out with SLS and kind of roll from there. You've never mucked around with shuttles? Okay. All right, fine. Fine, we'll get Jeb and Val on this bad boy. All right, we'll start with the shuttle mission. So, Kerbal, you build your rocket, right? You roll it out of the VAB, you hit the launch button, it puts it out on the launch pad, okay? So, we are naming the crew appropriately for the Artemis mission, right? Just something like that. So, I'll give you guys kind of a high-level overview of what you do in Kerbal, all right? KSP is a game where you design and build rockets and you fly them into space. I will use the shuttle because that's what people want to see, because it's cool. Let me make sure I balance out the audio, and we're just going to get right into it. So, you have to fly this thing up into space, first of all. You got to fly it. And I warn you, if you buy KSP, do not build a space shuttle first. It is very, very complicated to do it. With that being said, consider this the demo mission. Like, you ever play like a good game and you have a mission where you start where you have like the most advanced thing in the game, and then you start from scratch as kind of a teaser? This is what's going on. Can you use a joystick? I use a Logitech Extreme 3D Pro. All right, so let's just make sure I got my AGs configured. AGs are configured. Good, 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 good. All right, you ready to do this? Let's
Discovery,
get the
go at throttle up.
tunage, background music going. All right, $8, 6-month reset. Great work on the Artemis II streams. It was a joy. All right, let's get this shuttle up into space. Okay, start the engines there. All right. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And we got a liftoff. Liftoff. Okay. Roll program. Roll program complete. So we're going to fly this shuttle up into space today. I'm going to show you guys how stuff maneuvers around in space. I think that would be a good place to start. Now, I am flying this vehicle. In Kerbal, you can get mods to build automation in, but in Kerbal, you fly everything, which is pretty cool. Throttling back. Vehicle supersonic. We have max Q. Okay. Go at throttle up. Copy, go at throttle up. Now, Kerbal is not exactly an analog to real life. It's actually smaller. It's a little bit smaller because, it's me steering the damn thing. It's a little bit smaller to make it a little bit easier to understand. Turns out this rocket science stuff is really kind of a little bit tough to figure out. Oh, okay, so we got thrust tail off on the SRB, standing by for separation. Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. All right. So once again, we were just down there, and now we're flying up into space. Now, see, this shuttle is not like a vehicle that you could just pick in the game. You have to do the engineering behind it, which I always think is super freaking cool. This shuttle took me a long time to get right, particularly that SRB separation. That was not easy to do. The shuttle has a very complicated separation mechanism. If you notice, I was able to dump the SRBs and the shuttle keeps flying straight. That's not easy to do, you know? But making some good progress getting up here into space. Here's the map view. There's my space station. I don't know why my space station is inclined. That's kind of dumb, but whatever. Okay, flipping over through acquisition through TDRS because I have tracking data and relay satellites. Throttling down for Miko. Standby press for Miko. Miko confirmed. There we go. Oh, that's terrible. That's a bad insertion from me, dude. Whatever. It's okay. It'll be fine. Okay, so main engine shutdown. What is my AG for separation? Shuttle sep. I forgot. It's a manual release. Okay, cool. Okay, we have good separation from the tank. It's good to hear her flying again. Yeah, remember when we looked up the booster ejection angles? Yeah. So I have a pretty high orbit. That's not exactly right. But once again, I'm just short of orbital velocity here. So that's on purpose. That's so the external tank burns up. Yes, there is re-entry heating in Kerbal. It's not the best, but it's good enough. Now, once again, I'm dialing in a maneuver here. This is to circularize our orbit so we don't fall back down. Okay. So we're going to
Discovery, go at throttle.
turn on the shuttle's orbiter maneuvering engines. So, fun fact, the shuttle's orbital maneuvering engines, these things up here, those are the service propulsion system engines for Orion. One of those engines just flew on the European service module and unfortunately is no longer with us. It flew on the shuttle 17 times. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the shuttle up into space. I'm going to circularize its orbit out. Oh, hold up. There we go. Got to shut that. Oh yeah, we got to move our camera back from the Artemis coverage. Yeah, that's right. I'm usually right here, so you could see either one of these things. So we're going to coast a little bit here. You can time warp in KSP and makes things a lot easier. All right, now we're going to fire the shuttle's engines here, the orbiter maneuvering engines. Those engines are only used for Ascent on the space shuttle. We're going to fire the on-orbit engines. So, what I'm doing here is accelerating to orbital velocity. I was slightly suborbital here. Now, if you want to understand orbits, you want to understand what's going on with this. In order to orbit around a celestial body, you have to reach a certain speed, okay? With that speed, you will be going fast enough to fall around the planet and basically not have the planet's gravity pull you in. Okay, there we go. And now what I'm going to do, just ignore this part. This was a bad insertion on my part because the shuttle is really not supposed to be hand-flown into space, but I do that anyway because we like it, because we like to party. So, we're up on orbit. Pretty cool. We're going to open up the shuttle's payload bay doors. There we go. Payload bay doors actually have to be open on the shuttle or else it doesn't... Oh, that strut's going to nowhere. Just ignore that part. All right. Pretty cool, huh? So what we're going to do is we're going to just mimic STS-1 where you just go up and come right back down. You can see the external tanks down there. That's going to burn up. My SRBs do parachute down, but we didn't get them this time. Now, one of the big questions that I got asked, right, is why couldn't Orion, stop at the ISS, okay? On the way back. Well, the reason why, the biggest reason, well, one, there's not enough fuel, but there's a caveat to that, all right? So, look, there's my space station in this save. My space station has a tilt, an axis tilt, that is 6 degrees off of Kerbin's equatorial plane, okay? So, our orbit right now over Kerbal is tracing the equator. We're following the equator. Our orbital plane and our equatorial plane are the same. So we don't have as much tilt as the space station. Orion, when it was coming back, Integrity, when it was coming back, it wasn't in the same tilt as the ISS. Now, I know what people are saying, like, okay, so just fix the tilt, right? Just fix the tilt. What's up with that? Right? Just fix it. Well, the thing is that you need to be going really, 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 really fast to orbit, right? And it's hard to turn when you're going so fast. Short story. All right, 102 by 98. That's perfect. So, if we wanted to match, right? If we wanted to match the equatorial or the plane of the orbital plane of my space station, and keep in mind, this is a 6-degree inclination here.
Hi.
Hey, Bree, what's up?
Your Twitch chat decided that Artemis II wasn't enough. And so they've given me another letter to deliver to you.
Oh no. A bolding wizard with one simple cast of a fireball spell rises up his horseless corroded carriage. No. No. No, 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 no. After we got you that Tang toolbox, which was not cheap, by the way, I expanded the fundraiser to more people. This is my lead mod talking to me. This is Drummer. I know the community's already funded one in the past, and you had to use those funds, so here's the second attempt. We've raised enough money for you to buy a standard wildfire lift, wildfire bridge jack, and a chunk intended to go towards the necessary accessory pack, which was not cheap. There were a total of 30 of us that contributed to this. Brimo's already received the funds. The idea that you can order it yourself, no panicking about a delivery this time. I'll send you a DM with more details. This is an amazing community, and it's a privilege to have been part of it for so long. I hope this lifts your spirits up. I'm going to shred this paper. On behalf of everyone involved, thank you for doing what you do. Head Muppet, lead moderator, Drummer, co-signed by the EJ Appreciation Society. For frick's sake. Shop Lift System, SLS, I get it. Hillness Neuropilot, Space Pope, Admiral Bjorn, Tessa, Moist Pineapple, Nova Raptor, Doto, Electron, Mutter, MT Shaw, Hokey, Dino Tracker, Ernok, All Systems Go, Zizep, Mason, Geeson, Shatter Mage, Biohazard, Wisp, Brand, Ramden Vans, Coltech, Mr. Fluffy, Element, Mr. Drummer, Newell, Tally and Sasha, Digital Zeros, The Minion. And here's personal messages from everybody. I was gonna teach people how to shuttle today.
You can still do that.
Thank you. Like, what do you say to this? Like, what do you say to this? For frick's sake! What am I supposed? Like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, Love it. Guys, that's not cheap, man. That's not, you didn't need to do that. That's why it's called a gift. Haven't you guys given enough? I'm not, I It's never enough. That's what my dad says, Dino. And there's a list of people that contributed with funds as individual messages. Hillness, here's a little help to elevate your garage streams. Given so much to you guys. Gee, freaking Christ. So, for the people that don't know, I have a shop attached to my office. We can get rid of that. And yeah, freaking wildfire lifts are not cheap. Those are really expensive. Fellas, I'll be honest, that with all the with all the cash you guys were gonna give me, I was just gonna go buy one. Like, yeah. I think that makes them happy to help because they love watching you use gifts for more streaming. Well, yeah, I mean, most money I just end up putting right back into the stream because I like what give so much to the community. Is it really surprising that they want to give back? I don't know. I guess that feeds into me I don't expect nothing in return. I just want people to learn stuff and do cool stuff, you know? Like, community loves you and everything you do. Keep us informed and entertained. You teach us things. You're an absolute boss. One love from this community, brother. Will, I can't accept that, dude. I can't. That's too much. It's too much. I would feel bad. Like that's no joke, dude. That's like 5 figures worth of lift. I can't do it. No. That's too much. It's too much, dude. That's making your streamer have a panic attack. Oh my god. Just what the frick, dude. You're gonna take it and like it. I guess I don't really have a choice here. Like, it's already in her account. What happened? Black Cat, my community gifted me a freaking lift for my shop, a car lift to like lift cars up and down so you can work on them. Like, Space Pub, love you, brother. Yeah, Space Pub, I gotta keep looking for you, dude. I started looking, but it's been a little busy lately. I don't. You guys didn't need to do this. You know, like, you use the hell out of it. You deserve it. Thanks. I don't know what to say. I should have told you guys to frickin'. You know what? I'm not telling you what I want to buy anymore, okay? I'm not telling you what I want to buy. I'm just gonna do it so this doesn't happen, because now I feel like a putz. Like, what the frick, dude? Oh my god! Don't do that again.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
That's gonna buy me a Pep Boys next. Oh boy. No, I'm not saying nothing no more. This is
Discovery,
ridiculous.
go and throttle up.
All right. You guys know I'm gonna be very clear here. And once again, I hate talking about money because I don't do this for money. I really, really, honestly and truly like hand on the Kerbal tutorial book. I do not do this for cash. It puts food on the table. I do this because I love space. Like, I can't say that enough. Like, this is like, guys, you know, I could just go buy a 2-door Coronet at this point. Like, you gifted enough cash that I don't even need to finish this project. I could just go buy a 2-door. I'm not going to. I'm gonna buy all the parts. We're gonna make that one mint. But it's too much, dude. Like, this is holy crap. Don't do this anymore. Like, okay, all right. At least give me like a 6-month cooldown time so I don't have a freaking panic attack over this. This is ridiculous. How am I gonna explain this to my accountant? How am I gonna explain this, dude? He's gonna be like, where'd you get that from? I'll be like, oh my goodness. How am I gonna explain this? People are gonna think I'm a freaking drug dealer. Oh my goodness, drugs are bad, don't do drugs. Oh my goodness. Full disclosure, we had a chunk remaining from the toolbox, so the lift was a fair. You should profit off the moment and make YouTube videos explaining highlights. Profit off the moment, Semper? What do you mean profit off the moment? What is it? You know how much one of those wildfires costs? Go look. What do you mean profit off the moment? Like, I just want to teach people. Chat wants me to profit off the moment. I don't know what the frick, like, what do you want me to do here? Like, God. What the frick? You're a knowledge dealer? Yeah, knowledge is a pretty addictive drug. Not to distract you, but Cygnus is 30 meters from the ISS. Just
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Happy Easter, Chief. What I have derailed, man. What was I even doing? Oh my God. Here, just look at this. I need to recoup for a second. I don't know what's happening. Just Cygnus. Hey Ultra, I'm just having a panic attack over here. That's fine. Yeah, how's your day going? Thank you for the raid. Like,
Discovery, go and throttle up.
that is Northrop Grumman's.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What now?
$1 for each leg of the lift, plus a $1 tip. Kappa.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
That's not funny. That's not funny.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
View of the symbol-shaped ultraflex solar arrays on board Cygnus.
All right, just shut up for a second, okay? All right, let me explain what's going on the screen. So that is a Cygnus XL. It was launched on a Falcon 9 over the weekend. It launched pretty much like actually, it was in the morning after Artemis II, Saturday morning after Artemis II landed. Cygnus is a resupply vehicle for the ISS. It is basically a tin can with a service module attached to the back. It has really cool circular solar panels, and it's going to berth to the ISS, meaning it doesn't have any docking system on it. They need to wrangle it with the arm. The reason why you'd berth as opposed to dock to the ISS is because having a docking system requires, one, you need the thruster package to be able to maneuver in close to the ISS. Two, you need the system to be able to dock. This doesn't have any of that. All Cygnus does is just get close to the ISS, and then they wrangle it with the arm. That's the space station remote manipulator system. It was made in Canada. That is a shot of the docking or the berthing display. This is what Jack Hathaway, Chris Williams, Jessica Meir, and Sophie Adeno see on the space station. I can't focus. This is ridiculous, dude. Start being a jerk and demanding money.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I was going to contribute to the lift, signed up and everything, but then Bremo needed a switch too. Happy wife, happy life.
Anyway, Cygnus is close to the space station.
Go at throttle up.
Just what the actual frick is this? Like, I don't, what? Is that a microphone? That is an experiment that is on the Columbus module. It's an ESA experiment, Beats. I forget which one it is.
This is space. I'm in space.
Dino, gifted 5, just... It's a Plumbus, yes.
Discovery, go
Everyone
and
has a
up.
Plumbus. What the dude... It's... No, Hans, it's an
This is
antenna.
space. I'm in space.
Just... I don't know what to do with my hands. Like... Josh, what are you doing? Stop it.
This is space.
My
I'm in space.
God, YouTube's going off too. What? Just... You deserve everything. You've taught all of us so much. It's always a highlight to hang out here and listen to
this is
the
space.
nerd
I'm in
space
space.
talk. Good things come to good people, and you, sir, are amazing. Fellas, you don't... I don't... it's that...
This is space. I'm in space.
Okay, you're welcome. My pleasure. The pleasure's all on this side of the screen. I love what I do, man. Like... The Nuggy Fund, okay. Bro, don't shut up. Please keep talking space.
Continuing to get some
Okay.
great views of Cygnus as it flies 266 statute miles over Nova Scotia. The International
Oh,
Space Station
Nova
can be
Scotia,
seen
bud.
from the Earth as it flies overhead. If you're interested in seeing when the International Space Station flies overhead, you can download our app Spot the Station or check out our website at nasa.gov.
Dude, I'm having a problem over here, okay? Like,
in order to
I'm
find
generally
out when
like...
the space station will be orbiting overhead.
You know how crazy it is to get EJ to stop talking? Like, I don't know what to say. I don't have any words here. Like... Just Cygnus, though. That's pretty neat. Hey, AP. AP, these jabronis got freaking tipped a wildfire lift to the stream, dude. I got a freaking rack for the shop now, dude. I don't know what to say. Like, I got nothing.
Listen, Tranquility Base.
What the hell is
here.
this?
The Eagle has landed.
No idea what's happening, but I'm in.
Can I link you a truck on Facebook Marketplace?
This is space. I'm in space.
Yeah, sure, got nukes. Yeah, I got you, man. I'm like seriously like having like
And
heart
continuing to get
palpitations
some
here. I
really
don't know what to
stunning
do.
views of the Cygnus XL spacecraft as
I'm getting
it
really
holds
nervous.
at
Like
the
that's not
20
easy to do with your boy. I'm usually pretty.
Continuing to assess the systems on board.
I wanted to
Cygnus,
tell you
make
that
sure
you suck.
everything looks
That's
good
why we did this.
before they get the go
Okay.
for Cygnus to continue its approach, at which point it will
Discovery, go at throttle up.
12-meter point. And NASA astronaut Chris Williams will utilize the Canadarm2 to reach out.
Did I see the Booster 19 igniter test? Yeah. I
This
saw
is
it. Ghost.
space. I'm in space.
I have Starbase Live usually going in the background. What the frick, Chief?
And Houston Station 2, we are just finishing up our capture briefing, and we'll be there in a minute or so. Houston copies.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thanks, Chief. I appreciate that. You dill hole.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
You deserve it.
Houston Station crew is ready for Cygnus approach to capture point.
We'll get back to Kerbal here in a second, but
Copy, standby 1.
so why Windows noise? Why are you like this? Stop it! Stop!
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
We're seeing on telemetry down here.
Thank you for all that you do.
Does not
Enjoy the love.
match what we see in the procedure, step 3.1. Can you confirm S1 lower outboard?
This is space. I'm in space.
And if you have a good view from P1 lower outboard, I guess that the settings that you have right now should suffice.
Oh, look, you're back.
I don't have anything with me this time.
Oh, good.
Would you? You need.
Yeah, station copies. We'll reconfigure this.
This is
okay?
space.
No.
I'm in space.
No, I am not okay. That's ridiculous. I don't. No, I'm having a problem here. They're still freaking going.
Continue to monitor the approach of
Add
Cygnus.
some ducks.
It remains in the 30-meter hold. The team on the ground just double-checking numbers for the crew inside the cupola.
I don't know how to say thank you, okay? I'm not good at this. I've never been good
After
at this.
taking
Like,
a
just
look, it appeared the numbers didn't quite line up, so the crew on board the International Space Station is going to
This is space.
reconfigure those
I'm in space.
numbers,
So
and the team here on
incredibly
the ground
hard.
will confirm that
And you
everything
do
looks
not
good
ask
before we continue
for
the
anything
approach
back.
to the 10 to 12-meter point.
And sometimes when that happens, people decide you deserve something. And your chat would love, you deserve this lift. You just worked 240 hours last week, okay?
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hi, Bremo.
they say hi.
Hi, chat. You are worth it.
This is space. I'm in space.
And I know you don't feel like you are. But not many people can do what you do for as long as you do it and as dedicated as you are.
I love being your co-host.
And if
This is space. I'm in space.
I would be, not even I can tell them not to do it. So, also, we still have to figure out freight. So don't.
What?
It's a very nice thing that people did for you, and you deserve it.
How are we gonna get a lift in here? I can't move the car.
We are going to call Wildfire, and they are going to help us figure it out. And if it means you have to finish the car first, oh no, you just got a bunch of money from Artemis that you can use to help buy car parts, okay? To at least get it to a point you can roll out. This is not a thing that has to happen in the next month. Not like we have time to figure this out. That's why they didn't deliver it. Right?
Yeah. Shut up, Mom! I'm never telling them stuff that I want to do in the future. I'm just doing it from now on.
Understandable.
I'm not. You do not tell them nothing.
Okay.
You understand me?
I will tell.
You keep your mouth shut. This is not okay. This is not okay, man. That's so much money. I don't know.
It doesn't come from one person. It comes from the community.
I know.
That you built.
I know.
I'm just trying to help. Can you stand up and give me a hug?
Yeah. Yeah. Get that lift, boy. Max, did you? What the frick, dude? What the? I can't even talk straight. I just.
Take some deep breaths with me.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
You're not taking deep breaths. You're just saying deep breaths.
No, I'm all right.
I need you to actually physically take the deep
All right,
breaths.
I'm good. I'm good. Everything's fine.
Again.
I'm all right. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Are you okay?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Am I okay to leave you?
Yes, you're good.
Okay.
I'll be fine.
Okay.
I think.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Why are you still doing? You're still doing this. You're still doing stuff. Cygnus and stuff.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What is Cygnus?
Cygnus is a resupply vehicle for the ISS. It's carrying food and pants.
Does it have any gorilla suits? I hope it has a gorilla suit.
No, that was only once.
What?
The space shuttle is the only vehicle equipped with a gorilla suit.
Tranquility Base here.
Are they giving you EVA suits too, or?
Hee.
No, not right now.
Okay.
Oh, this is space.
What if
I'm in
this
space.
amount of love is normal?
I don't do that.
I know.
I don't. That's not how I operate.
I know.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
This is not okay.
Would it help you to turn off the alerter for a bit?
Yeah, maybe.
So that you can, not because you don't appreciate it. We will not be silenced.
Are we breaking EJ? No, that already happened, dude. I don't consider it overtime pay question. Give me a second. There wasn't much left, but it was good enough.
You're a nice person.
Discovery, go at
And
throttle up.
people say nice things about you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I know. I get it. Believe me, I got the memo.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Oh, what the? No.
Baby.
What? What? What do you want?
This is
I know, I get it.
Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I'm my ability
Guess
to
then I
help
have to
ceased.
throw something into the jar too. Thank you, EJ, for being who you are and helping me through my KSP car. Greetings from Germany.
Hey, man. Industries, I'm having a problem over here.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Can you go get me a beer, please?
Are they in the fridge?
Yes.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
When the hell are you gonna get back to work, you lazy bum?
I'm trying. Like, I've been trying to reset here for like the last hour. What do you want from me? Can't see me. You got your first super chat? What the frick?
Listen,
Oh, look.
Base here.
They're still
The
going.
Eagle has landed.
I didn't hear no bell.
I didn't hear no bell.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. I'm good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm good.
Listen, Tranquility Base
I'm
here.
not good.
The Eagle has landed.
Where does this elevator go? It goes up?
Lucy with $50 super chat over there. From the bottom of my heart, you need this after all these years. You're welcome. Oh.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
That Yangling is gone.
Yeah.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Alright, you want me to leave so you can get back to it?
I'm good. Yeah.
Yeah? You sure?
Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you. I love you.
You're not gonna have a heart attack on me?
No, I'm all right.
Okay. Remember, count to 10.
Cygnus. Hey, what's up?
Listen,
What is this? What are you doing?
The Eagle has landed.
Open the tres comas.
Nice burp.
Snarfit with $50 super chat. What the actual frick, guys? Like, can you explain what's going on with Cygnus? Yeah, Walnut. Yeah. Chris, $5 super chat. What is this?
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
This should cover your next beer, smiley face.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna need a lot of that. Thanks for the streams. You guys are welcome. Like I do this because I like space and I like teaching people about space. That's what drives the content, and that's how it's gonna stay. Been doing the same thing for 15 years, right? It ain't gonna change. But now, see, all this does is, see, you guys, like, that's the thing. Like, okay, all this does is make me want to work harder. So, congratulations, you just played yourself. All right, like, Grapple's moving into position here. Chris, you deserve everything coming to you. You're an awesome dude. Thanks, man. I'm trying, man. I try. I just want people to learn because space is worth it.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
I don't think everything is terrible. I don't think everything is terrible right now. You can give it 5 subs. Everything is the opposite of terrible, and I don't know what to deal with it. I don't trust it. Like, there's too many good things going on. Artemis II came back in one piece. That heat shield ablated perfectly. You know, we got to see a Cygnus docking. We're doing KSP's fire again. I don't, this stuff's going too well. I don't trust it. I don't trust it, man. And I don't know what to do.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
My son told me trees poop. I said no they don't. He replied, Then where do number 2 pencils come from?
Can't even type straight. Like, she's a normal guy. Brewster, what's that? The Red Sox. Yeah, the Red Sox are turning things around too. What the frick am I? Like, what is going on here? I don't trust it, man. I don't trust it. When stuff's going too good, like, this is the trauma that streamers will never talk about. All right? The highs are high and the lows are really, 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 really low. Like, you know, I don't.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Your Artemis streams were my children's first exposure to space and how awesome it is. Those streams meant a lot, man. They'll be remembered for the rest of their and my lives.
That's good, man. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. Oliver with 2 francs right there. Scott with £5. Sorry, I'm contributing to your panic attack. Yeah, it's fine. Mitko became a flight controller and then tipped 100 Canadian. I'm fairly new. I've watched a ton of your coverage last week. What I missed, I often caught up on through the VODs. I'm also into cars and wrenching, so it'd be great to see your projects come along as well. Right on, Mitko. You're welcome in here anytime, dude. Like, oh. Twabbles, what is that? If we keep contributing to his high
Discovery, go at throttle up.
breakdown, you must shave his head like Britney Spears. Thanks.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Man, take Bremo to a ball game this weekend. I can't, John. I'm going to be in Kansas. I got invited to host the AIAA Design, Build, and Fly event next weekend. This is the only stream I'm going to be in my office for, but I'm going to bring my laptop so we can do space news from the event. In Kansas, I'm sorry. No, it's in Wichita, dude. Wichita is plain heaven. Don't worry about it. Yeah, guys, we're VFTing it up for this week. Just thought I'd let you know. All right. You guys said you wanted more VFTs, so here you go. Where is it going to be streamed at? Here, on this channel. We have permission in contract negotiation, so NSF is producing it, but as part of my stipulations for hosting, I wanted to double stream it on Twitch, so yeah, you guys can see it right here. What is a VFT? A virtual field trip. Connie, before the pandemic, what me and Das runs NSF nowadays. What me and John Galloway used to do, I still weird calling him that. That's still strange. What we used to do is he started it, and then I kind of helped out. We'd go around to museums and stream from museums. Yeah, it's ops. It's weird. He's Das in my mind. Like it still is weird saying his name. Like that's bizarre. So, we used to cover everything from like Spaceport America Cup. We used to go to museums. We went to the Museum of Flight. They let us into the shuttle trainer. Me, Das, and Scott Manley. They let us into the shuttle trainer at the Museum of Flight. Why does NSF only stream on YouTube and not stream on Twitch? So Joshua, I'm basically the avenue for NSF streams on Twitch. Yeah, that was kind of negotiated in my contract with NSF. Like they, you got to go to the Hutchinson Cosmosphere. If I have time, sure.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Love you, bud. Well deserved.
NSF is NASA spaceflight, not safe for work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So Yeah, guys, this is the only stream I'm going to be in the office, but I have the laptop with me, and we can do space news and stuff and talk about Artemis and stuff over the, when I'm not setting up for the event.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
So you're saying me and my garage guy you know who should stop working on the new power plant for the Dodge?
What? You better be kidding. You got a couple of 318s and sitting in the garage. That's what's in my coronet right now. It's a 318 with a 904. I'm just So, fellas, if you're wondering what's going on the screen, this is Cygnus. That's Northrop Grumman's Cygnus capsule. It is an ISS resupply vehicle. It's bringing up clothes, food, science experiments, water. That's all in the pressurized component. It's basically a tin can with a service module attached to the back. Now, Cygnus doesn't dock to the ISS. It gets birthed by the space station remote manipulator system. That's that thing that you see on the right-hand side. The reason why is because building a docking mechanism into a spacecraft is expensive. With the arm, you can offset the cost by making a spaceship that just can maneuver near the ISS and that thing pulls it in. Think like a carrier arrestor hook, right? Like, like on an aircraft carrier. Same idea. The arrestor hook is there so you don't have an aircraft carrier that's 5,000 feet long, even though that would be kind of cool. So the quote-unquote arrestor hook here is the grapple. That's the grapple point. The grapple point is going to get hooked by the latching end effector here. Now, Chris Williams on board the ISS is controlling the latching end effector here. He's controlling it from on board the station. And what he's going to do is move that arm into place, grab the end of Cygnus, and use the arm to plug Cygnus into the space station. It's actually super cool. In spaceflight nomenclature, this is called berthing. I'm trying to just relock in here because my brain still hurts, but the YouTube chat's still going off. You deserve this. My teen and I watch your streams daily, and to be honest, it's the only time we hang out together this best part of the day. Oh, thanks, Rachel. Jeez. You're proud of yourself. Well deserved. Well, thank you. I'm not one to toot my own horn, man. I lead by example. That's my modus operandi. I don't ask for stuff. I make my own way. But you guys clearly have a different idea about this than I do. So, that's good. Can you talk about how they control the arm? Sure, Zombie. What do you want to know? The arm is controlled basically with an RHC and it's RHC and a THC, translational hand controller and a rotational hand controller. The arm is utilizing a robotics phenomenon called inverse kinematics. Inverse kinematics, I can explain it, but long story short, the arm has very similar articulation to your arm. So you have a ball and socket, an elbow, and a wrist. And then the latching end effector is the fingers. See that thing looks like a dinner plate. What the arm is going to do is going to go up to it and it's going to grab it with the latching end effector, the LEE for short. That's this thing. Inverse kinematics, so if you look at your arm, right, your arm, you have rotational movement, right? You have translational movement with your arm. Inverse kinematics is basically the robotic equivalent of doing this. See how I'm taking the rotational movement of every joint and translating it into linear motion? So like moving left to right, up and down, forward and back by changing the different rotational positions of the arm. And that's what they're doing right now. Note that the arm is moving forward, right? But it's all rotational joints. Inverse kinematics does that. Now, Chris is going to bring this thing in. He's going to latch the grapple point. That's the crosshair for the latching end effector, right? Keep that dot in the center. And once he gets a capture,
Discovery,
there it is.
go at throttle.
The latching end effector will center on the grapple point, and it'll move the grapple point in, and they'll grab it. So that's latched, and now there's 4 hooks on the outside of the SSRMS, and they're going to grab the grapple point
And
here.
capture confirmed. Cygnus captured at
Thank you,
12:20
guys.
p.m. Central while flying over the South Atlantic Ocean west of Africa.
There we go. They use the latching end effector to grab the grapple point, and now Cygnus is just going to let the arm bring it in. The arm will actually rotate Cygnus up into position and dock it to the space station by itself.
You're looking at a live view of the Cygnus spacecraft following its capture just seconds ago by NASA astronaut Chris Williams operating the Canadarm2.
NASA
while
does not know
inside
how
the
to
space
balance their
station's
damn
cupola.
audio. No, undo that. Remove. We need to go over here. I need to boost the volume.
At this point, a series of latches are working to connect Cygnus to the Canadarm2.
It seems similar to how KSP docks with magnets. So actually the grapple point, dude, if we want to look at it, the grapple point has an end effector point. See that little the bar, that the dowel that comes off with the sphere at the end? What they do is they get the arm over that point, and then inside of the latching end effector is a rotational, it's like a corkscrew almost in there. And there's steel cables connected at different points in the corkscrew. And then when they move the latching end effector, right, it tightens the steel cables. They twist it and it tightens the cables to center the latching end effector onto the grapple point. And then the arms will grab these 3 pins right there. That's actually what we saw happen. Like you can see where they turn on the end effector here. So right now, the arm is over that pin, right? And then they'll activate the end effector and it'll center it. Watch. It'll just go, whee! See? There's the centering thing. And now that that centers the arm on the grapple point, now they move the arm in and actually grab it. Yeah, sound effects, I know. Why not a Dragon capsule? What's the difference? So Cygnus does not, that's ISS Mission Control in Houston. I heard a very Frankenstein humming. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Drunar with 5 Canadian. And Christy, be proud of yourself. Well-deserved £2 super chat. Thank you. He doesn't know how to use the 3 seashell wires. So why do it this way? This makes it so, guys, it's not like, and I'll teach you in KSP, it's not like Kerbal, you have docking ports that use magnetization that zap together. In real life, you don't really get that. You, God. Give me 1 second. I need some air. Gotta open the door. Okay. So
Great, and be a part of his legacy. Go for Cygnus post-capture reconfiguration.
oh, they named it after
And
Steve
Houston
Nagel.
copies, Cygnus capture complete. Great job, Chris and Jack, and great job by the entire NG24 team. And copy, we are go for Cygnus post-capture reconfiguration.
So why do it this way? A docking system?
And we just heard some nice words from NASA astronauts Chris Williams, who captured the SSR Stephen R. Nagel this morning, as well as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who are both in the cupola welcoming Cygnus aboard the International Space Station, captured at 12:20 p.m. Central Time this afternoon.
Okay, so why do this way? This way makes it so you don't have to build docking paraphernalia into your spacecraft. So Cygnus, if you guys remember from the Artemis II mission, from the Artemis II coverage,
Discovery,
they tested
go at throttle up.
6 degrees of freedom control with Orion. So that's Orion's ability, and this is a Dragon capsule, I understand. That's Orion's ability to go forward and back, left and right, up, down, pitch, yaw, and roll. All right? So forward, back is one, left, right is another, up, down is another. Okay? And then you have pitch, yaw, and I'm out of fingers, roll. Right, so you got 6 degrees of freedom. Cygnus does not have 6 degrees of freedom. It has 4. So what can Cygnus do? Cygnus can pitch, it can yaw, and it can roll. The reason why I say 4 is because Cygnus can also go forward. That's about it. It can't go backwards. It can just go forward. So why do this way? Simple. It's simple. It makes it a lot simpler. You know, to get 6 degrees of freedom control, you saw all the thrusters that Orion has, right? Cygnus doesn't need that. It just 4 degrees of freedom can get it near the space station, and that's it. You just need to get near it, and that's all. And then the arm can grab it, and the arm will do what the arm has 6 degrees of freedom. It can go forward, back, up, down, left, right. And the arm will do your docking for you. That's the difference between docking and berthing. A ship that docks to the ISS, like Dragon, will do it all by itself. They'll open up the nose cone. SpaceX will open up the nose cone, and it'll go. Starliner will open up its nose cone, and it'll dock. Orion, if it ever went to the ISS, could do the same thing. You'd have to fly it manually, though, but that's another story. I'm sure if we put Victor in the pilot seat, he could get that thing to the ISS. I'm positive. Why not just use Dragon instead? Okay, good question. So Cygnus actually doesn't use a docking port in the literal sense of the term. So Cygnus uses what's called a CBM. It's called a Common Berthing Mechanism, okay? The CBM is a type of passive docking system. So if I was going to give it a literal name, that's a picture of an axial, or not an axial, that's a radial CBM or RCBM right there. If I was going to give it a name, this is how they couple all the space station modules together. These ports are basically just designed to be brought near each other, and then they latch by themselves. They only have a latching system on it, and that's it. So this is an active CBM or an ACBM, right? And they'll open up the pedals, etc., right? And Cygnus is using this type of docking port. Cygnus uses a passive CBM or PCBM for short. This is a simplified docking mechanism. Now, why? Why are they doing that? Why not use just a regular docking port? Well, there's Jessica Meir. She's up on the ISS right now. That was from her last flight a couple of years ago. Jess is actually up on the space station. This is the reason. See the port? The CBM, right? And if you're, the funny thing is that no, without any spoilers, if you're a Project Hail Mary fan, you've seen this. You've seen CBM ports before. They're littered throughout the movie. I'm not saying when or where. I'm not spoiling nothing. Okay? CBMs are everywhere. The reason why they do that is because the ISS modules require, how the ISS modules are set up is, okay, paint diagram time. Look. So obviously most of the International Space Station modules are a cylinder. If you're looking at it on the long view, you're looking at it like this. It's a cylinder. How these modules are set up, and if you've seen the inside of the space station, right? If you ever looked at like insides of the ISS, you have, that's not a perfect circle. Right, I'll just draw it. You have modules that go like this, and the inside of the space station is kind of a square passageway, right? So in these areas right here, right here, right here, and right here, these are all modular components. Right there. You can pull stuff out of them. They're called racks. So you can pull stuff out of those racks and you can put stuff in them. Anything from a science experiment to a bed, a bedroom. The bedroom is all modular. You could take it out and you could put it in. They designed this system in the 80s for Space Station Freedom. That common berthing mechanism doorway is designed to fit the racks. Okay? So the CBM is a wide port that's designed to fit these, so you can swap out scientific experiments or whatever you want. The docking port that Dragon uses is this big. It's not nearly as big as the CBM. That's why they use Cygnus as still. They use Cygnus to this day so they can get new experiments up there, because the new experiments will fit through the CBM door, which was what was designed for these types of modules. Like if we go and look at the International Space Station, right, and see if we got see if we can get like an interior view of the ISS at this point. Yeah, this is inside. This is inside one of the berthing modules, but see the idea right here? See, there's the racks right there. Think like server racks, but for space. You could put anything in them. It's entirely configurable. There's a Node 2 Harmony in the Space Station Processing Facility, the SSPF. That's down at Kennedy Space Center. You see how the CBMs are lined up, right? And they have this wide port to fit the racks inside. That's the important thing to understand. Yeah, so the reason why they use Cygnus as well as Dragon is so you can still bring up ISS racks. You can't fit them through the docking port with Dragon. Now, the original Dragon, you could, because the original Dragon didn't have a docking mechanism and it used a CBM. Dragon 1 did, not Dragon 2, though. Dragon 2 uses an NDS. It uses NASA's docking system. The NASA docking system conforms to what's called International Docking System Standards, or IDSS for short. That means, short story, that means that Orion, Starliner, and Dragon all use a similar docking port. Some standardization is probably useful for mission flexibility, like, oh, I don't know, Orion being able to dock to Starship, probably a good idea. I missed the DSN uplink whine. Oh, okay. Yeah, give me 1 second. They really upgraded the graphics. KSP looks so much more realistic now. Yeah, I know. I still have Kerbal up in the background, I swear. But so yeah, that's why they use the CBM. So because it's a bigger door. It's like if you were moving a couch into your house, you'd take it in through the garage door. Or if you live in a modern house that conforms to your local building codes, the front door in your house is usually wider. Or like doors that go outside are wide so you can get furniture in. And our fridge and what else like that's the idea. So yeah, Cygnus is offering, at this point, it's offering a unique capability. I don't know, John. I know that China's spacecraft uses an NDS, so theoretically, with manual docking, you could dock an Orion to China's spacecraft. China's spacecraft could dock to the ISS if you really wanted to. Like, yeah. Dude, I'm still not doing well over here. I'm trying. I'm still not doing well. Earlier in the stream, chat decided to just, you know, give an exorbitant amount of money to the stream, and I don't know how to react because I'm bad at this. Just collect yourself and keep going. Yeah. SVO, these jabronis bought a wildfire lift. So I don't know what to do. I'm like, That's too much. The toolbox was enough, and I said after the toolbox, don't do this again, and that, yeah, okay. Why didn't they just make the docking port bigger then? Anthony, why? Anthony, you ever like work with a computer or something and your computer has like an older type of connection on it, and then you use an adapter on top of an adapter on top of an adapter on top of an adapter because it works, right? Because it works. You know, because if you wanted to use less adapters, you'd have to buy like a new computer for the right ports. That's why. Here, let me show you. Fewer adapters, something like that. Here, let me show you what I mean. Okay, so let's take a look. This is a picture of the very front of the space station, dudes. So this is what's called node 2. That's the Harmony module. You could see those radial CBMs or RCBMs. You have this one up here has another one of these. These are called pressurized mating adapters, PMAs. There's a PMA up here. There's one of these darker things up there nowadays. This is an old picture. And then on the port side of the vessel, because the docking port is the bow, on the port side, you have the Japanese experiment module called Kibo. And then on the starboard side, you have Columbus, which is ESA's module. Now, look, with spaceflight, the name of the game is something that works. Nowadays, all right, this is actually an old picture. It's not exactly going to tell you what I'm looking for here. Let me see if I can find a newer picture of Kibo. Yeah, this will work. All right, so this is a more modern picture of what Kibo looks like. You could see Starliner and Dragon dock to the space station. This is when Starliner was up there for a period of time. You could see that they have, this is node 2, this is the top, that's Kibo, that's Columbus, right? So, all right. This usually takes a mouthful. So we know that Harmony is using an axial CBM. It's using a common berthing mechanism. The CBM is what was designed for Space Station Freedom. With the original Space Station Freedom design from the 1980s, the shuttle was going to dock with a CBM. Okay? Then Space Station Freedom got canceled, and they replaced it with the ISS. And to prototype the International Space Station Program project that in the 90s, NASA did the Shuttle Mir program, okay, where the space shuttle docked to Mir. That made it so the space shuttle had to be retrofitted with a Russian docking port. That's right, the U.S. space shuttle flew its entire career with a Russian docking port called the Androgenous Peripheral Attachment System. It started with APAS 75, then moved to APAS 95 during the ISS, and finished with APAS 95. Now, because the modules were already in development and being made for Space Station Freedom when it got canceled, they needed to make an adapter to adapt the common berthing mechanism to APAS, so the shuttle could dock to the space station that they started making. So CBM docks through what's called a pressurized mating adapter. This also paid dividends because the Zarya module on the Russian operational segment of the space station has that same docking port. It has an APAS port on the front. So in order to adapt CBM to APAS, they needed an adapter, and that basically forms the Achilles heel of the entire space station. Enter the STS-88 mission. The STS-88 mission was the first assembly mission for the ISS, and you could see Zarya has an APAS module on it, and then there's node 1, which is called Unity, where they wrangled the Zarya module with the space station, with Space Shuttle Remote Manipulator System, attached it to the PMA, the pressurized mating adapter, which mates APAS to CBM. So, why reinvent the wheel? They made it so the shuttle flew with a Russian docking port. They flew with the APAS, right? So you only need to make one type of pressurized mating adapter to mate CBM to APAS. So that's what they did. They used those throughout the entirety of the shuttle program. Because why reinvent the wheel? Shuttle flew with a Russian docking port its entire career. Actually, it lifted the airlock module from Buran. Not the exact thing, but the design is pretty damn close. If you look at how the Russians were going to make Buran dock to Mir, yeah, they basically took it and modified it for the space shuttle. But Buran's docking system for Mir was based off of the original shuttle's CBM docking port for Space Station Freedom. I know, weird, right? Hey, Urban Venture with the raid, thank you very much. So, you throughout the entirety of the shuttle program, you had CBM to PMA to APAS. Now, at the end of the shuttle program, NASA decided to go with a much more modernized version of the APAS called the NDS, International Docking System Standard. The reason why they changed it is because they didn't want like Commercial Crew and Orion to use a Russian docking port. That makes no sense, right? So they were going to equip Orion with the NDS and then Dragon and Starliner with the NDS as well. And that is ultimately what all three of those capsules have for their docking system. They have the NASA docking system, which is based off of the International Docking System Standards, which is kind of a more or less agreed upon type of docking port. Just so, yeah, like standardization, dude. It's like when electric cars first started getting popular like 10 years ago, right? Everybody had a different charger, and now everybody uses the NACS charger for their electric vehicle because adopting standardization makes things cheaper, right? So they standardized everything to NDS after the shuttle. So they needed an adapter, an international docking adapter that adapts APAS to NDS. And that's what the space station currently has on it. So why not just make a bigger docking port? Because we've had different type of docking port upon different type of docking port on different type of docking port. The best thing is to just use what you got. Like, see, there's a Cygnus right there, and Cygnus can dock to the ISS modules. Yeah, just go with what you have, because, and the reason why Cygnus uses CBM is because you could use the arm, making the capsule cost a lot less expensive because you don't need 6 degrees of freedom control. Now, when Dragon came around, they needed the IDAs up there, so they put IDA 2 and IDA 3 up there. IDA 1 is at the bottom of the ocean. It flew on CRS 7 in June of 2015, and that didn't work, and that's at the bottom of the ocean. They had a problem with SpaceX had a problem with the second stage. Second stage popped right before main engine cut off, and as far as I know, I don't think they ever recovered any of that. Can the docking ports be removed? They're all wired together now, Chris G. That's the thing nowadays. No, not really. They hardwired everything together, so they're stuck there. So why aren't they using it? Why aren't they using a CBM? Because NASA switched to the NDS, right? And yeah, if you think that's like, well, that's kind of messed up, why not just use what you have? Yeah, that happens sometimes. So we have axial CBM, ACBM to PMA, PMA to APAS, APAS to IDA, IDA to NDS, NDS to Dragon. Adapters upon adapters upon adapters upon adapters upon adapters, because everything was hardwired and you kind of have to go with what you have. So just in case anybody wanted to know how obsessive NASA is with acronyms, so you have your USOS module, so Harmony, axial CBM, so CBM to PMA, PMA to APAS, APAS to IDA, IDA to IDSS or NDS, NDSS to Dragon, or NDS to Dragon. Yep. Yeah. That's why they don't use different docking ports, because this is all hardwired. You can't really remove them at this point. Yeah, I know. Fun. Yeah, you guys think, if you're watching me just from the Artemis 2, Orion isn't the only thing I know about. I generally, space flight is my life. Like, I got a big problem. So, Cygnus still keeps that common berthing module kind of pathway to the ISS open so they can keep reconfiguring the modules for more science. Nope, that's not what I want. Get rid of that. So yeah, that's the idea. So if they were to bring down the ISS piece by piece via Starship, we can dream, right? How would you do it? It would... So, guys, this is the big reason why we're probably not going to see that. Drummer, if I was going to do it, if you were going to do it, it would require a copious amount of EVAs, basically cutting up stuff, cutting up all the wiring, cutting up the wire harness to these things, because it's adapter upon adapter upon adapter upon adapter, and it's all hardwired together. You'd have to go there and unplug everything. It would require an insane amount of EVA time, and to the point where it's like basically not worth it. Just give me an angle grinder, I'll disconnect them. I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it 2020, but yeah, that's the idea. Yeah. So why is Cygnus still using the CBM? So they could still get science racks up there. Yep. If you've ever watched spaceflight missions like Dragon missions to the ISS before, you've seen the racks. They look like a locker, but it's a locker that's made out of billet anodized aluminum. Here is a... I'm trying to get you guys a picture of one of the racks and what they look like. Give me a moment. We'll get back to KSP in a second. I'm trying to just refocus because my brain is paced again right now. So that's Mark Van High, and I'm not sure what that gentleman's name is. There they are installing one of the racks. Do you see why they need the wide docking port? Because that's the entire rack. All right. So from there, so consider this, if you work in IT, dudes, that's a server rack. Okay. And then in the server rack, you have different pieces. You have different trays that you can put different things into. That's how they move different experiments up to the ISS. Sometimes it requires sending a whole new rack. Experiments are going up. Experiments are coming down. Experiments need to be disposed of. How will the Axiom EVA suit fit through the IDA? Andrew, they don't. The spacesuit, that's the other thing about the CBM. The CBM, you need a CBM to get to the Quest airlock because it fits the EMU through it. We had a pretty good system figured out with Space Station Freedom, and then we decided it was too expensive at the end of the Cold War and decided not to do it, and we were offered the ISS as a consolation prize to save money. For what it's worth, that's the same guy that's responsible for canceling Space Station Freedom is responsible for canceling Constellation as well, if you really want to know. Weird, I know. Yeah, 2020, here's the thing. Now if you've watched the stream before, now is where I'd go on to a rant about how it's stupid that we cancel this. And you know what, dude? We don't need to worry about it. We went back to the moon. It's good. Stuff's getting fixed. And we're on the right track. So don't worry about it. Let the past be the past. Okay? Right? The one thing I'll say, dude, and this is for the newer viewers, the one thing I'm going to say is don't let anybody ever tell you that, oh, I can do something for cheaper. Why is NASA doing this way? I can do it for cheaper. That is double speak for defunding NASA. Don't forget that. That's what that is. That's double speak. Okay? Anybody says, oh, we could do it for cheaper if we do this. That means defunding NASA. De facto. All right? Just don't forget that. That's what that means. All right? Remember that. Now, let's get back to Kerbal. So what I was doing to kind of introduce people into Kerbal is doing the, oh geez, what is this? Snackless And Obsure tier 3 69-month resub. Fried EJ brain. Yeah, you don't want to eat that. Please don't. I need it. Snackless 83-month resub. Loving this new wave of KSP players. Absolutely. Yep. You ever get excited? You excited to get up at the butt crack of dawn to watch New Glenn on the 17th? Ethereal, I might not be here. No guarantees on being able to cover it because I'm actually hosting the AIAA Design, Build, and Fly event this coming weekend in Kansas. I'm bringing my mobile streaming setup with me, so if I have time, we will stream it. But I'm going to be streaming it from some weird place in Kansas, like an Airbnb in Kansas or something. You think when the ISS gets privatized, they will keep it the way it's currently configured? If they decide to do that, Miller, yeah. Yeah. Do you think NASA will get some decent appropriations in the future? I do. I think Artemis II is something that everybody can get behind and people are into it. So I think it's my first stream in here. I imagine either Astro Canuck or Mahoodles recommended you. Yeah, I know. Astro Canuck and Mahoodles are good people. Myth, yeah. They're good people. Good STEM communicators. Mahoodles does more of the science stuff, and Canuck kind of does the engineering stuff too. They're good people. We like them here. So, I was kind of giving everybody kind of an intro into what KSP is. So, I just launched my space shuttle up here to kind of show people what this game is all about. So, I was trying to do an inclination match burn, but yeah, don't worry about it. You know what? Let's just finish the shuttle mission. Let's bring the shuttle back down and I'll show you guys what it's about. So, Kerbal is a game where you design and build rockets, okay? You design whatever you want and you can fly it up into space. Now, notice that I built a space shuttle. There's no space shuttle in the game. There's just parts. So you have to kit bash the parts together and make whatever you want. What's on the cards for today? Intro to KSP. And I figured, Urban, just like a video game, same like a video game would give you the most powerful thing in the game right at the beginning and you use it as a tutorial mission. I figured launching the shuttle would be a good idea. So as kind of the tutorial. So like I said, I built my space shuttle and we launched it up into space and now I'm going to bring it back down. I was saying you really can't take a left-hand turn to the space station because we're going too fast in one direction. I was trying to show people why docking to a space station with a differential inclination is a bad idea, but maybe we'll save that for later. Be honest, you just wanted to show off the shuttle. You say that like it's a bad thing. Hey, Eliana. Made it to the right time, was gardening. Right on. If my junk jet engine works, could the RC plane people do something with it, maybe? I was doing it out of curiosity, wondering if it could be used for something. I don't know. Maybe. So, when you're up on orbit, guys, you don't need a big rocket engine to move around. You need smaller stuff, smaller rocket engines. You probably saw the smaller stuff on the on Orion doing the outbound trajectory and inbound trajectory correction burns. So, like the space shuttle, just like Orion has a bunch of little tiny thrusters on it to kind of get that 6 degrees of freedom, right? So, let me just make sure I'm in a decent orbit here. I'm going to shore up the orbit here just a little bit. So we're going to bring the shuttle back down now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I kind of want to give people just a overview of how this all works. You excited? Yeah, all right, I already read that. All right, so let's jump in. How did you make the tiles survive heat re-entry? So Laz, think about it like this. Do you know what chainmail is? Like the medieval armor chainmail?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Is one strip of chainmail useful? No. No, not useful at all. Chainmail only works when it's all together. That's how I did it with the panels, dude. I have my panels working together. My panels are essentially acting as a giant heat sink, which is what the tiles do on the space shuttle. They're a gigantic heat sink. The space shuttle had a reusable thermal protection system. And that reusable thermal protection system is basically just absorbs all the heat. It tanks all the heat. Same with Starship. Starship is the same way. Would it take too much fuel to slow down a capsule? So Crow, what I'm going to do after we get the shuttle back down is I'm going to go grab my Orion capsule. I have something that's kind of like Orion. It's kind of my own design. I call it the Taurus capsule because that's another constellation. So I was like, okay, it's named after Orion, after the Orion constellation. It's just, we'll call it Taurus because, yeah, bird or something. Okay, I'm shoring us up for a re-entry. All right, we're good. Now, so Kerbal, you go up, you fly around in space, you got to get up into orbit, and then you got to, well, depending on what you're doing, if my space shuttle, I got to bring my shuttle back to the runway over there, right? So what I'm going to do is dial in a deorbit burn here. We're going to bring this sucker back down. $60 meters a second burn. Reorient the vehicle. How was the first decent sleep in a couple weeks? Pretty good, man. Yeah, I slept in today on purpose. I usually don't sleep in. Are there any satellites in real life that orbit west to east? So, Uraldo, you're talking about a retrograde orbit. Retrograde orbit is when you're rotating in the opposite direction of the spin of the celestial body that you're around. Yeah, there is. But the thing is, if you try to fly into a retrograde orbit, right? You try to fly into a retrograde orbit, you actually need more fuel to get into a same orbit that's going in the opposite direction because you have to counteract the spin of the Earth. Hey, Sanji. What's going on? I'll think about it, Chief. I don't know. We'll see. So I'm dialing in a deorbit burn here. We're going to do the deorbit burn. I'm going to try to bring this thing back to the runway. I haven't done this in a little bit. Okay, we are go for deorbit burn. No, we're not going to the station. What made you want a wildfire lift versus Benpack? Slackster, honestly, the reason why I originally said I wanted it is because if I'm one man up in the shop by myself, a 4-post lift is a lot safer, so I don't make live stream fails for the wrong reason. Does that make sense? What's the right reason? When you do something funny and hilarious and people go, "Oh, that guy's cool." I don't need to get crushed by a car on stream. A four post lift is probably better for that. Yeah. Do 4-post lifts take up a little bit more room? Sure. But yeah. Now that you're re-entering with the shuttle, remember you're going to talk about Columbia after the Orion re-entry. Yes. Bleaks, what was the question? What was the original question that somebody asked? I totally forget. I know somebody asked about it and I said, hell no, I'm not talking about that right now. All right, so we're gonna go just like Orion did the other day. We're gonna line up for entry interface here. Wrong reasons are Darwin Award winners. Yes, exactly. Okay, we're coming up on entry interface here. Okay, here we go. We're at EI. Can Orion land safe with a single fouled chute? One of the chutes is redundant. It can land on two. Four-post lifts are for oil changes and alignments. Two-post lifts give you the room you need to work. Yeah, I know. Wildfires, though, can... Yeah, you can do... So, with a wildfire lift, SCJ, like, you have the two tracks, like, where the cars go, and then there's actually a lift device in the center, and you can use that to lift the car up. So, the wildfire lifts are like a two-post four-arm lift that's on top of a four-post lift. It's good for storing cars. They're good, you know, if you want to do wheel work, you can do wheel work. It's easy. All right, so I'm bringing up my speed brake. Let's ensure actuation on the speed brake. Speed brake is working. Body flap. This is for trimming out the re-entry here. And we're gonna bring endurance home. It's one of my orbiters. So once again, this is just a high-level overview of what Kerbal does. I'll get something a little bit. We'll use something a little bit easier here in a moment. What would be the difference in impact speed with two chutes? It'd be a little faster, but survivable. Any mods you're using or recommend? I have, here, Evol. I have KSP1 mods. There we go. That's what I use. I know what you're talking about. I will stick to my 22,000 pound two post here at the shop. Yeah, for sure. For sure. It would be... Dude, honestly, the reason... I like two-post lifts for what it's worth. The reason why I'm really not doing that... Come on, baby. The reason why I really don't want to do that is just because I'm up here in my shop alone. I know how to work a two-post lift. I know about clicking the locks into position, etc., etc. But if I'm doing work by myself, I think it's a... Okay, we have peak heating there. Here we go. Slab with the freaking raid, dude. Oh, man. You guys are just in time to see the shuttle come back in. Ulo's Lab, another STEM streamer over on Twitch, does unhinged science experiments in his Temu shed. That's so good, dude. So once again, this is like kind of represents the higher end of what you can do with KSP. If we want to learn more basic stuff, I'll show you guys in a moment. We're gonna bring this sucker back down. So in Kerbal, you have to go through re-entry. You need somewhat of a thermal protection system. The re-entry in stock KSP, though, is a little bit on the forgiving side. Just because this is it's a video game after all. I always enjoy this game. Too bad they didn't... Yeah, no, it sucks. They never made a sequel. One-shot bridge crane. Oh, I don't know. See, we're gonna fall back down because I shot us retrograde here. We deorbited a little bit, and now we're using the atmosphere to slow down, which is what the space shuttle did. You can turn up the... Creation, are you telling me about the difficulty settings for Kerbal? Is that what's going on right now? I feel like Ron Swanson in the hardware store. Hey, how can I help you? No. Okay, first S turn. No. Creation, that's not what he meant. I just felt like making a joke. Guys, yeah, you can change the difficulty settings in Kerbal. He's right. Still funny though. So when I was describing this during the Artemis II stream, how the shuttle could surf plasma. You could surf the re-entry heating. That's why the shuttle has its big wings, because it can do this. The shuttle would do S turns throughout its re-entry to change its trajectory. It can steer. So if you look, my entry trajectory was lined up right at the Space Center, but now it's going southbound because I'm turning. I have a question. How do you know where to start re-entry? Oh, weird, Matt. It depends on the vehicle, dude. If you just want to play Kerbal, I mean, you could do some math if you want to, but just test it. Testing it usually works. Are we not going to overshoot? Of course we're going to overshoot. I always overshoot. Just like the real shuttle. The real shuttle did that too. The whole idea is to stall above the landing site with the shuttle or with Starship. So you belly flop, or in the case of the shuttle, you belly flop with Starship so you can go right back down to the tower. Or in the case of Starship, you in the case of Starship, you belly flop back down to the tower, or in the case of the shuttle, you fall with style. Starship belly flops and does the flip and burn. The shuttle just falls back down and the runway's in the right spot. What is this?
Now that things have calmed down a bit, just want to personally thank you for the A2 coverage. Felt like a culmination of your Twitch career so far. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Bremo. Let's keep up the mission of making everyone a certified space nut.
That's the idea. That's the idea, Hip. That's always been my plan. You know that. Alright, so we're pulling the speed brake and came in a little bit hot, but that's okay. Now, I'll tell you guys, the shuttle didn't get this hefty. But I also don't really feel like missing the landing site either. So let's just, okay. Do a barrel roll! That's not good because that added 53 years for that little maneuver. I haven't done this in a while. Give me a break. Yeah, I started turning a little too much. I came in a little too hot. And I stalled it. So you see what's going on here? Even for somebody that has a lot of hours in KSP, it's still a difficult game to play. Oh, that would help if I had full pitch control. I'm not entirely sure I'm going to be able to glide this sucker back. Blame the distraction when you hit orbit. All good. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I can blame chat. That's what streamers do, right? I'll try it. There's another runway out here in the game. I haven't practiced landing on it at all because I don't take into account in my mission profile screwing up the re-entry. It's easier to just not screw it up. Yeah, Jeb's enjoying it. Yeah, I'll land at the island runway. It's fine. I'll bring that speed brake up there. Anyway, yeah, so that's kind of a high-level overview. You launch up, you can go up into space, you come back down. Now, there's planets in KSP. There's a moon, just like we have a moon, but there's also other planets that you can go to. And the thing is, you got to know how real spacecraft fly to be able to get to them. That's what makes Kerbal such a good teacher, because you can do that. Yeah, the Earth-like planet, Kerbin, actually has 2 moons. It has a captured comet called Minmus. Yeah, I actually carried too much speed, which is kind of funny considering the shuttle is a brick. And I engineered my shuttle to fly like trash. It's actually pretty easy to get stuff to fly in KSP. But yeah, I engineered the shuttle to... My shuttle does not fly very well. We're gonna fall out of the sky here in a second if we're not careful. I'm not even sure I have enough to get to that runway. I might just ditch. Could you do a real history campaign in KSP? No. No, I don't want to do that. I don't know if we're going to have enough runway here, guys. So, sully it? That might be the right idea, but here we go. Bring the gear down. Put the brakes on. Speed brake. If you tried to do this with a real shuttle, you'd wind up in the grass over there. Bring the speed brake up. Oh. Yeah, if we had stayed floating for any longer, we would have stalled and crashed. Oh, that was real close. I play with visual mods, but for the most part, no. I have visual mods and I have a couple of flags, but, all right, please stop. Please stop before my heart rate bounces up through the roof. All right, so we diverted to the island runway. I'll be honest with you, that instability that we encountered, if we came in too much with the real shuttle, would have ripped it to pieces. But it's Kerbal, a little bit more forgiving. So that's the idea with Kerbal. It's a game where you design and build rockets. You got to get the rockets to fly. You got to send them up into space. You got to bring them back down. It's a really, really fun game. That's what's left of my launch pad after we took off. You could just recover those parts. Yeah. So, yeah, that's the high-level overview. Now, if you've bought Kerbal, you want to know how to play it, let me switch saves and I'll show you how to do this. All right, let me go into my engineering save. Do you have an ICBM? No. Please show a tutorial. I haven't made it into space. Sure. Like I said, that was the high-level overview to intro, just in case anybody doesn't know what this game is. Let's go into here, and I will show you. This is my screw-around save where we test and design stuff. I have everything in here from cranes to launch pads. My shuttle's loaded in here. I have all kinds of stuff. So, you guys want simple. Let me show you simple. Okay. Actually, let's go. I like designing in the SPH, guys. So in Kerbal, you have kind of two facilities. You have a VAB, a vehicle assembly building. You can build rockets in there, or you can build stuff in the spaceplane hangar, the SPH. Okay. Show that big ship. Drummer, no. Yeah. Let's keep it simple, okay? Oh, nice article. So, in Kerbal, you can make airplanes if you want and fly around. There's an entire planet to explore. There's all kinds of cool stuff out there. I'm not going to say where. You can go find Easter eggs around Kerbin. Or you can build rockets. So, how I wanted to set this up is a little bit of like a help desk thing. So, like what DOS used to do back in the day. Let's find one of my more basic vehicles and we'll go from there. So I know there's some people that aren't a fan of Ares 1, but also. So you have all kinds of rocket engines in Kerbal. You have all kinds of stuff that does a bunch of different things. So where do you start? Actually, you know what? We can get even simpler than this. This would be a good idea. It'd probably be better to start small in case there's newer players out there. Now, the name of the game with Kerbal is that, I know I just showed my space shuttle, but the idea here is that you don't want to make something complicated to start if you're just starting out. You don't want to make anything too crazy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to load up this guy. Let's keep this nice and simple. I have Gemstone 4. That's basically kind of like an Ares 1 analog in this game, right? But this is the simplest rocket that I have. This is my Imahara rocket. It's very, very, very simple. It's not a complicated piece of equipment. This is a very, very straight up two-stage vehicle. This is somewhat analogous to Falcon 1, guys. If you're a space nut out there, it is a very, very simple rocket. It's just designed to push a small payload up there and that's it. So let me go into my sub-assemblies. Maybe I have like a small satellite or something in here. Tidris? No. That's a tracking data and relay satellite. That's way too big. All right, so you know what? Just for example, as an example, I'm going to get something that's tiny. Let's do this payload. This payload is just a fuel tank. I'm going to shut it off and I'm going to use it as ballast. All right. So, a little bit of a breakdown on Imahara. Imahara is what's called a two-stage vehicle. Now, what does that mean? That means I have one stage here to get me up in the air, and then I have a second stage on top to go fast. Rockets are... That's one of my poopa-doopa diagrams. Rockets have stages, so let's take a look at a Saturn V, for instance. Give me 1 second. All right. This is an old diagram of Saturn V. It looks like someone updated it with some stuff here, but okay. The name of the game to get something into orbit is to go up and then go sideways. All right. You don't need to go straight up and then sideways. That's not really an efficient way of doing it. You want to fly on what's called a parabolic arc. First stages are designed to get you up there. Second stages are designed to accelerate you to the orbital velocity that you need. Okay. You play this game a lot. Yes, Fork, I do. Okay. Third stages, in the case of the Saturn V, the third stage is the get to the moon part. Okay. So I have a two-stage rocket. The Saturn V is an example of a three-stage vehicle. SLS is kind of a three-stage vehicle as well. You have the boosters, then the core stage, and then the ICPS upper stage, right? Same idea, just needs a little bit of a better upper stage, and we'll see if that happens. Now, on top of that, on top of your stages is usually a payload. Payload is, well, whatever you're carrying up into space. Payloads are usually encapsulated inside of some type of aerodynamic shell. That aerodynamic shell is called a fairing. So if we look at Falcon 9, for instance, do I have a picture of a Falcon 9 cargo? I think it's all Dragon in here. There is a payload fairing. The payload fairing is an aerodynamic shell that protects the payload on the way up. Okay? Falcon 9, like SpaceX's workhorse rocket, is a two-stage vehicle. You have a first stage and you have a second stage. Falcon 9's first stage famously does come back down and land. One of only 2 rockets in the world that can do that. The other one is New Glenn, which is launching later this week, which is pretty cool. So, for my payload for this vehicle, I don't have a satellite or anything. It's just a fuel tank. It's 560 kilos. And we're going to push this thing up into space here. So, let's fly the Imahara rocket. So you guys want to know how to get into space. There's a really, really, really simple way of doing this. It works pretty much with any rocket. Let's go over here. There's kind of not a convergent flight trajectory, but for the most part, a convergent flight trajectory here. Yeah, Maverick, I have landable boosters. I land them by hand. No, it's not easy. Sometimes it crashes. I'm not a computer. All right. So now, the cool thing is, just in case anybody... Interesting discovery. We discovered a rock arch on the moon. Oh, that's neat. I don't know when we did that. Actually, I do, but... Let's go to... That's Kerbal. Here we go. Kerbalpedia. Space travel. Basics. Everybody has this. You have Kerbalpedia. If you click on the book over here, it'll teach you. So... what we're trying to do is we're trying to get into orbit, all right? An orbit is sometimes described as falling and missing the ground. It's, for the most part, it's when you have enough velocity to fall around the celestial body. So you stay up there, unless acted upon by an outside force. A good thing to understand is that when you're up in space, physics is at its purest because you're in microgravity. Equal and opposite reactions, acted upon, stays in motion, unless acted upon by an outside force, stays at rest unless acted upon by an outside force. Equal and opposite reactions. Newton's laws are at their... Newton and Kepler's laws are at their purest up there. So, we're trying to get into orbit, okay? Anything that's not a full orbit is what's called a suborbital trajectory. If we're suborbital, that means we're not going fast enough to fall around the planet, and the Kerbal, in this case, will pull us back down. Named after Grand Imahara, yes. I designed this rocket right after he passed away. It's a very simple rocket. Once again, this rocket is like analogous to Electron or Falcon 1. It's a very simple piece of equipment. About as simple as you can make. Would I like a job at MIT? Yeah, Forka, why do you ask? Yeah? I mean, the commute would suck, but yes. Sure, why not? The atmosphere and you. Around Kerbal, there's a thin layer of atmosphere. This layer is densest near the ground and thins out to nothing as you get to space. Yep. So our atmosphere has air, Kerbal has air. You have to get away from the atmosphere. That's why you have to go up. You have to go up to get above the atmosphere and then accelerate. If you try to accelerate in the atmosphere, you're going to get re-entry heating. You'll start compressing air on the front of your vehicle, and you do what happened with Artemis II when it was coming in for re-entry. It'll start getting really hot. If you don't have a heat shield, you're going to pay for that. Yeah, Johnny, you'll take one too. Yeah. Man, you should be at MIT or something. Nah, it's something about motors that just calms me down. Yes, Putri. And guys, once again, I'm going to go through this stuff. I'm going to go through this stuff. If you have questions, ask. Tag at EJSA in either chat. I will answer them. So once again, the basic overview here, first stage goes up. You need to get above the atmosphere. You don't want to accelerate in the atmosphere. Second stage goes fast so you accelerate to orbital velocity. Thank you for your service. Oh, for Pete's sake. What's your favorite soup? Italian wedding. Italian wedding soup is good. It's like meatballs in like chicken noodle soup. It's good. It's, well, meatballs in noodle soup with, I mean, there's no chicken. I mean, there could be chicken. Hey, Albeer. Good to see you again after Artemis II. So have you ever tried to build a complete ISS? I have never built an ISS. The reason why I've never built an ISS is because I built Space Station Freedom instead. I do believe I have a picture of it here somewhere. Nope, that's something else. That's also something else. Ah, yes, here we go. Strim brought me back to Kerbal. It took me 3D to finish the rendezvous tutorial. I'll get more into that in a little bit if you guys want to learn that as well. All right, Lumpy, you got to clean up for work. So yeah, I built this. I built Space Station Freedom, which is kind of similar. It's more or less the USOS side of the space station. Yeah, see, there's my shuttle with the robotic arm, etc., etc. There's me moving components. There's me completing a mission with the shuttle. There's Pathfinder, my shuttle Pathfinder docked to Space Station Freedom. How long did that take? A couple of months to get everything figured out. Albeit, when I build stuff, guys, nowadays, I mean, back in the day, and this is kind of garden variety Kerbal play, you just build something, fly it, if it blows up, whatever. I do my testing on the ground. I do my testing, I do my homework. I built an entire mock-up of the space station in the editor on the ground to test my assembly procedures with the shuttle. Keep in mind, we did it in the editor. I didn't do it like actually out in the game, right? And yeah, see, this is a model of the STS-100 mission. There's the space station remote manipulator system, and there's the airlock module. See? And then yeah, my modules go through a CDR, and then PDR, then CDR, and then we kind of check them out, and we, figure out the mission ops, how we're gonna put this thing together, do that all on the ground, figure all that stuff out, and then go do it. And then there's me bringing the shuttle back again. Yeah, see, that's us assembling the space station. Yeah, see, there's me attaching the truss segments together. All right, so that's another story. Like I said, you can get pretty advanced with KSP. So we got to get up above there, right? But we're not going to do it like this. We're not going to go straight up and then turn. Rockets fly on an arc. The reason why they fly on an arc, because that's very inefficient to try and make that turn. I mean, you can. There's nothing in Kerbal saying you can't do this, right? But this is generally what we want to do. We want to fly on a parabolic arc. Ideally, having our second stage shut off right when we circularize. Right? Getting back down is the exact opposite of that. You slow down a little bit and you come back down. Now, with that being said, let's get this rocket there and let's fly it. So this is Imahar. Imahar is a very basic rocket. Now, for the people that want to know about how you do this, like if you're having trouble getting into space, there's a trajectory that usually works. Here it is. So what I like to do, we fire up the engine. It has no fuel in it, so we're not going to get very far if we have no fuel in the engine. Or no fuel in the tanks. Give me one moment. The reason why it doesn't have fuel, guys, is because I build launch pads for my vehicles in Kerbal. I'm serious. It doesn't have any fuel because I would have it fueled up on the launch pad. It's easier to move the rocket around if you build reusable launch pads to transport it with no fuel. That's what most liquid fuel rockets do, right? Ain't got no gas in it. She ain't got no gas in it. I wish I'd started when you started back in the day. Oh, don't worry about it, Ricky. All right, now watch. Here's how this sucker works. Let's go. So let's turn the engine on. We are reading full fuel. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition, and we got a liftoff. Okay. So what I like to do is roll to flight azimuth, but we'll get more into flight azimuth in a second. And then with your rocket, just pitch it over just a little bit. Right. Now, Imahara doesn't have enough to get to the moon. What's that? It's the gas generator exhaust, if you really want to know. That is a byproduct. It's like an exhaust pipe for the rocket engine. Some rocket engines have exhaust pipes, other ones don't. Life like box chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get. That's right. So, fly straight up here. Like, once again, the optimal trajectory, guys, is to tilt your rocket a little bit at liftoff, right? Tilt it a little bit at liftoff, and then wait till you get to about 10,000 meters. And then from 10,000 meters to about 25,000 meters, slowly pitch the rocket over from like 85 degrees, almost 90 degrees up to about 45 degrees up. So we passed 10. I'm going to start to pitch the vehicle over. And we are going to fly. If we go into our map view, we're going to fly on that arc. See, now you can see our trajectory is still suborbital. All right, so we're running out of fuel in our first stage. The reason why rocket stage is... Now, a little bit on staging here. Told you that rockets have different stages. They can break into pieces. Why do you do that? You do that because it's more efficient dumping what you don't need. You dump empty fuel tanks, you dump engines that you don't need. Remember, first stages are designed to get you up there, all right? Once you're up there, you don't need any of the parts that you need to get you up there anymore, so you jettison them. That's why rockets use staging. It's a way to kind of beat efficiency. So like, say you're in a car, right? And you have 2 seats in your car. Right? And because you're driving somebody somewhere, right? 2 seats in your car, you're driving somebody somewhere. You get to your destination, you drop them off. Do you need that second seat anymore? No. If you wanted to be more efficient, the person would get out and you'd take the seat and you'd throw it out of the car because you don't need it anymore. That's dead weight. We don't need that. Now, keep in mind, with spaceships, it's not weight, it's mass. The reason why it's mass is because we're flying up to where there's no gravity. All gravity is an accelerative force on a mass. That's what weight is. When you go to step on a scale, all right, you step on the scale, and if you're like me, it says a number that you really don't like, right? And you step on that scale. All that scale is measuring is how much force you are pushing down on that scale, because gravity is pushing you down into it. That's all it's doing. That's what weight is. Now, because rockets fly in places where there's microgravity, so there's no weight, right? Because you're constantly falling. Mass is the name of the game. So I say we're shedding weight because that's what people understand, but it's not weight, it's mass. You've got to get rid of the mass. That's important. All right, so our first stage, if we look at our fuel tank over there, it's almost out. So we're going to jettison it when it runs out of fuel. And we're going to light the second stage. Because remember, first stage is supposed to get you up there, okay? The second stage is supposed to get you going fast. All right, stand by for engine cutoff. All right, we have separation, upper stage ignition. There we go. We don't need that first stage anymore. So now, the second stage is designed to make you go fast. Now, what's still attached to our second stage here? We still have our payload fairing, or PLF for short. The payload fairing is there to make sure that the payload inside is aerodynamically shielded. Satellites are not very aerodynamic because where they operate, they don't need to be aerodynamic because where they operate, there's no air, there's no atmosphere. Satellites can just be a cube. Cubes aren't the most aerodynamic thing around, so what rockets do is they carry them either inside of a payload bay, like the Shuttle, which is a reusable payload fairing, or inside of an aerodynamic shell. Now, that doesn't mean that rockets don't reuse fairings. Falcon 9 does reuse its fairings. You can't really reuse them in KSP just because when KSP was invented, reusing fairings was a crazy idea, so they didn't build that functionality into the game. But for us, we have an expendable fairing. And for us, if you look at our atmospheric indicator here, our pressure indicator, it's almost up to where we don't need it anymore. So what the next thing that I'm going to do here is jettison the fairing. Why? Because we're in a place where there's no air. We don't need an aerodynamic fairing where there's no air. So, bye-bye. Don't need that no more. So now that we're up in the air, what we need to do is go fast. So, we're going to point this thing at the horizon and we're going to burn. Now, in Kerbal, orbital velocity is about 2,300 meters a second. You can see that we are not close to that right now. We got to keep going fast. We got to keep speeding up. But since there's no air up here, you don't need a lot of thrust from your second stage engine. My first stage engine makes double the thrust of the second stage engine in this design. That doesn't mean you can't have high thrust upper stages, but generally you don't really need it. But it depends on what the rocket's doing. Now in Kerbal, the Kerman line, the place where you're above the atmosphere, is above 70 kilometers. Kerbin's a little bit smaller than Earth. On Earth, it would be 100, right? But once you're above 70, there's no atmosphere up here. You're good to go. So if you look, our trajectory, right? Take a look. It's getting more circular and more circular and more circular as we go. Let me throttle this down here. See? See, it's almost around the entire planet. Almost. What the heck's going on with that? Don't worry about it. Whatever. So, when we get to the point where our AP, our high point and our low point are more or less equal to each other, there we go. We could shut our engine off. And now we are in space. There's a mosquito. Boom! Get wrecked, dude. Sorry, I work in a garage, so there's bugs around from time to time. Sorry, I didn't mean to clap into the mic. I just got that mosquito real good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Just got that mosquito real good, man. All right. Anyway. Sorry, I didn't mean to clap right into the mic. I apologize. Dude, I was like the Karate Kid. Just, you know? All right. So, we're up on orbit. You know the saying, if you're a mosquito and you come near me, you're going to get clapped. All right, anyway. So, now we're up on orbit. Great. Now we're free to basically go wherever we want. Now, the funny thing is because I gave and I may have done this on purpose, right? I gave this thing a little bit more fuel than what was needed. There's reasons for this, but there you go. Pretty cool. That's it. That's getting up into space. Once you're up on orbit, Kerbal, Earth, wherever, doesn't matter. You're halfway to anywhere. It doesn't take nearly as much speed to get to the moon, or to get to Minmus, or to get to asteroids in the game. There are asteroids, and you can find them. You just have to get the cameras to find them. Now, the Kerbal system here has a sun and an Earth-like planet. Kerbal is the Earth-like planet. The moon is like our moon. Ninmis, like I said, is a captured comet, so it's not like anything that's near us. It's more like Phobos or Deimos, if anything. But Phobos and Deimos aren't captured comets around Mars. But let me introduce you to the Kerbal system in general. So, you have Moho. Moho is like Mercury. Eve is like Venus, but not green. It's blue. Whatever. You have Kerbal, which is like Earth, and then you have Duna. Duna is Mars, or a Mars analog. These aren't the exact sizes and orbits that their real life counterparts are in, but yeah, you get the idea. Then you have Dres. Dres is more like Ceres, if anything. It's more of a dwarf planet, but in this system, whatever. And then you have Jool. Jool is a outer rim gas giant that may look like a planet you might know that's in our solar system. Jool is very obviously a copy of Jupiter. And just like Jupiter, it has a bunch of different moons that you can go to. You have Bop, you have Pol, you have Tylo, you have Lathe, you have Vol. And I think that's all of them. And you can go to these places, guys. You can go and you can land. I mean, you're not going to land on Jool. You'll die because it's a gas giant. You're not landing on that. But you can go to Lathe. Lathe is an entire explorable planet in this game. You can go there with no loading screen. You can just fly. If you have a rocket that's good enough, you can just fly to it. Lathe has oceans. That's kind of like Titan. But the cool thing about Lathe is in the Kerbal system is that it has an oxygen atmosphere, so you could take jet engines out there if you really want to, and you could fly planes around if you can get them there, right? Now, beyond that, you have Eeloo. Eeloo is basically at the edge of the Kerbal system, and it's definitely a copy of Pluto. But that's cool. You can go there. Now, like I said, you can go there. You can explore the entire solar system. In Kerbal, like you can go to any of these places. You just have to figure out how to go there. You can go to asteroids. You can land on them. You can redirect asteroids in this game to circularize them around Kerbal. You can mine asteroids for fuel. You could build bases on them if you really want to. Yeah, you're in 0G, so building a base gets to be a little complicated. Is Kerbal interstellar? There are mods that give you another solar system, but this is what's in the stock game. Like we're up on orbit. If I took off from an airplane, like see this peninsula right there? We call that the Kerbrian Peninsula because it looks like the Korean Peninsula, but on Kerbal. If we flew across the bay here to the Kerbrian Peninsula via aircraft, that would take like 45 minutes. But we're in a rocket. Rockets go way faster. It doesn't take nearly as long. Everything that you've listed, is this vanilla or do you need mods for this? I have visual mods, guys. So the stars in the background and stuff is a little bit of a nice visualizer. But if you type !KSP1 mods into Twitch chat, it'll tell you everything that I use. It's in terms of stock, like parts, like what the vehicle is made out of. Yes, it's all stock parts. I just have a slightly nicer looking version of Kerbal. That's all. And that's the thing to understand with Kerbal. The mods are most of them are free. Some of them are like pay to support the person that's making them, but a lot of them are free. Kerbal has a very, very healthy modding community that keeps the game alive. Do you have a series starting a career from scratch? So Run All Day, I don't, but so I have a business trip a little bit later, so I have to get on a plane tomorrow. I'm thinking we might need to do a career mode from scratch. Maybe bring back mission mode or something from scratch and go from there. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, that's the gist of getting to orbit. Now, please upload to YouTube. I'm streaming. I'm double streaming on YouTube right now, dude. So all this goes onto the EJSA channel. Yeah, in Kerbal you have docking ports, you can build space stations, you can build space stations at asteroids, you can build bases, you can build landers, you can build rockets, you can build planes, you can build whatever the heck you want. I build cranes, and I build launch pads for vehicles out of stock parts. Oh yeah. Are you gonna play 2? No, 2 is a steaming pile of crap. Don't buy it, Erno, and no, I'm never playing it, ever. KSP 2 is abandonware. It's not feature complete, and the studio that was making it got shuttered. We don't talk about it here. Of course I did, Zyzep. Yeah, I'm serious. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. Look at the Steam reviews if you don't believe me. Hey, Pace. What's up, Guy-J? Oh, hello. Today is your first day back to work since October. Oh, I'm happy that you are working and functional, my friend. You need to exercise your glutes. I mean, you can do that style of KSP from your laptop, right? If I have more time, King, yeah, maybe. I might do some space news, but we'll see. Would you ever do a playthrough of the RP1 mod? I don't know. Prime Bald Eagle. People keep asking. I get asked to do that pretty much every time I play KSP. I don't know. Maybe we will. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. No guarantees, though. Have you tried Juno New Origins? Yeah, Juno is cool, but I don't really... It's not KSP, dude. I don't know. Juno seems like you're playing a like you put something together and then it's just like, okay, there we go. It launched into space. Kerbal is more fun at Kerbal, I think, is better at teaching people the dynamics in aerodynamics, I guess, right? Like, that's much more important to understand. I don't like playing Juno on stream. It's not that it's a bad game. It's just it's not that good of a teaching tool, in my opinion. It doesn't have the soul that KSP does. Yeah, exactly. So, there you go. We got our upper stage and we got our payload up into space. Pretty cool, right? So if you're wondering how to get something up there, that's how you do it. Hey, Christian, what's going on? Welcome back from the weekend. Thank you. Thank you. I actually know the people that made our RP1. I'm pretty good friends with them, actually. Yeah. Artemis went how close to the moon? So that's the thing here. Let's revert. So let's start over and let me show you something. So that's the basics. Let me show you what more advanced gameplay looks like, okay? How about this? Now, you don't have to build small rockets in Kerbal. You can build big rockets. We like big rockets. Is this Artemis? Kind of. This is more like Direct, which was a competitor to SLS. The reason why is I don't have 5-segment solids in Kerbal. We could fudge it, right? But I wanted to build a heavy lift launch vehicle with the shuttle hardware, so I did. Yeah, instead of trying to make the SRBs bigger, I just used the SRBs that we had and kind of went from there. Now, this does have an Orion analog up there. So, you guys want to see what Artemis II did? I will show you. Let's put this out there and fly it. Let me show you. People want to understand what a free return trajectory is. So I have this SLS analogous rocket. It's not exactly like SLS, and that's the beauty of Kerbal. You don't have to build real-life counterparts. You can modify it for however you want. This is, like I said, this is more Direct than anything. Direct was a competitor. Direct was a competitor to SLS, and SLS ended up getting the contract. The thing, so Direct, that's a Saturn V. Okay, so NASA Direct rocket. This was a competitor to it. It's called the Jupiter rocket. So Jupiter or Direct. What this thing is designed to do is, it's for the most part Space Shuttle SRBs and a Space Shuttle external tank. The external tank obviously doesn't have a point. They made the external tank a cylinder instead of pointed like the shuttle. And then you have a very simple payload fairing and you have Orion on top of it. That's it. You could put maybe better upper stages there at some point or something else. And then Direct had a configurable amount of engines. I didn't like that engine section. I think SLS's engine section looks better, so I didn't go with that. Hey, Garand. Haven't played KSP since 2019, and Artemis II made me go back to it. I think many people did the same. Oh, yeah. I saw it, Garen. Throughout the mission, I saw Kerbal's numbers daily just tick up and up and up and up. Right? So, compare that to SLS, right? SLS uses 5-segment boosters. It has a shuttle booster plus 1. So when I say segments, what do I mean? These SRBs are actually made in pieces. They're segmented, meaning you fit them together kind of like a puzzle. The shuttle had 4-segment SRBs. SLS has 5-segment SRBs. The reason why it has 5-segment SRBs is because you need a lot of kick to get stuff out near the moon. You need a big rocket to get out there. Yeah, see, the shuttle used 4 segments. SLS uses 5 segments. What they didn't tell you about this is that you need to redesign the entire core stage because you can no longer use a modified external tank to do that, and that's part of the reason why SLS took so long. But we don't harp on the big orange, dude. That's a good rocket, and I'm not going to pretend like it isn't. The 2 flights that we've seen from it were fantastic. SLS just needs a little more kick in the upper stage. But this whole thing down here, excellent. It works great. I mean, we saw it during the Artemis II mission. She is a monster. That is a beautiful freaking vehicle. It's perfect. If we give that upper stage a little more kick, then this thing can really go places. Right now, it's using one of those for its upper stage, which is a little bit on the smaller side. But the reason why they did that, the reason why they use this is because this is an old Delta IV upper stage. That's what the ICPS is. Now, if you remember the Artemis II mission on flight day 2, they undocked the capsule, and Victor turned the capsule around and went towards the stage, backed up, turned, went back towards the stage, backed up, etc., etc. I don't necessarily have the ICPS on top of this. I do have another stage up there. That is closer to what a Centaur would look like, but you get the idea. So, we have Jeb, Bill, and Bob on board, right? They're in the capsule. Our Orion analog, I call it the Taurus capsule. Runtus, thanks for the Artemis coverage last week. I loved it. I have a question. Can you do skip re-entries in Kerbal? Yes. Yes, you can. Yeah, that's doable. You have to weigh the capsule correctly, right? But it's doable. My Taurus capsule can do that, but not to the extent that Integrity does it in real life. But I can show you. We can use the Taurus capsule to show you how this works. All right, so let's do this. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we got a liftoff. We might have a little bit of a problem here. That's all right. No, we're good. We're all right. One of the SRB aft attachment struts was not playing nice there, but it's okay now. I fixed it mid-flight. Don't ask. This will work. It was not supposed to wobble like that. Yeah. For the Kerbal players, I didn't have SVI enabled, but we're good now. It's working just fine. Full send. Exactly. We have the abort capability on tap if we need to. My last does work just like the real one does. Have you not flown this rocket before? No, it's just been a while, dude. I flew this rocket last probably about a month ago. Throttling down for separation. Thrust tailing off on my SRBs. Should be good for separation in a moment here. Ah! That's Kerbal, dude. Yeah, that wobbly SRB came back to bite me, dude, but it's all right. We still have some engines pushing us. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. This is Kerbal, man. This is what happens. Now figure it out. That probably would have been constitution for an abort, but we're fine. We have 4 engines. SLS has 4 engines. It's good. Don't worry about it. It's fine. What could go wrong? This rocket reminds you a lot of Ares 5. So, Evan, it's kind of like an amalgam of SLS Direct and Ares 5 all kind of rolled into one, dude. Yeah, SLS has 4 engines. We have 4 engines. It's good. Don't worry about it. Actually, it'd probably be better to just shut that motor off. Okay. Ready? That wasn't good. Please hold. Something exploded up there, and I don't know what did it. Yeah, let's try 9. Let's just push buttons. Yeah! Cool. This mission was screwed anyway, so... Yeah, that's the launch abort. Alright, cool. Got that one figured out. Gotta remember how to fly my own damn vehicles. Hello! Yeah, it did that automatically, by the way. If you want to know what the last does, that's what it does. Pretty cool, huh? See, the real one didn't do that. Mine does, though. But, no, like... Yeah, we're on a high-altitude abort right now. This is why abort would get very, very, feisty here. But I guess we're showing re-entry capability before anything here. Alright. Here we go. So we got to go into re-entry protocol here. So we're going to do that. We got to do that. We got to enable that. And then we need our yaw thrusters there to be able to reorient the capsule. Got to put that heat shield first. So, guys, I'll admit, I usually don't screw around this much when I play Kerbal. I'm just showing you, like, it's not like a guaranteed science in KSP. Like, sometimes if you don't hit the right thing at the right time, your rocket will shoot the top off, right? That happens. I'm usually much more involved in the checklists for launch, so this doesn't happen, but it is kind of a good example to show, like, Kerbal isn't an exact thing. Stuff can blow up. So you have to put, like, a safety system in, like the launch abort system. Yeah, I saw it, Jax. I saw the staging. Yeah, your staging was messed up. I am aware of this. That's why I just looked at the AGs, found the launch abort, and just kind of went. We blew up our second stage engine. I think my third stage ignited. I'm pretty sure my third stage ignited mid, like, liftoff here. So there's the heat shield. Heat shield is doing what Integrities is doing. Hey Prime, been around your stream for more than a decade. Glad to see the stream is popping off after Artemis and that you're still inspiring the next generation like you did for you. Keep up the amazing fun. Sure. Thanks, man. Thanks for the 2-month resub. Hi, I'm new. I'm a new guy, French guy on your stream. Love space. It's so good. It's appreciated. Sorry my English is bad. No problem. You're good. Yeah, the ablator's gonna do some work here, but no, my friend. Yeah, I speak bad English too, so we're good. Now, my Orion capsule isn't exactly like the real one. I kind of want to make it like the real one with the rings and everything, but I just have drogues and mains, and that's about it. Yeah, just a high-level overview, Future, and you can dial this in depending on your rocket. You kind of lift off, you turn to about 85 degrees. Like if 90 is pointed straight up, you turn to about 85 degrees until you get to 10K. At 10K, you lean over to, so by the time you get to 25K, you're at 45 degrees. And then just watch your high point in your orbit and watch the low point in your orbit and then just go. And we're coming down on land, but that's okay. EJ, isn't your SLS a bit overpowered for the moon? No. No, it's not. Also, can they use J2Xs? Who's they? Who's they? What's a lesser-known interesting fact from the Artemis II mission that isn't mentioned in public as much? This was Jeremy Hansen's first mission. First time being in space. Okay, just gotta reef those chutes. Come on. Thank you. Ground's coming up real quick. There we go. Yeah, my capsule only has 2 chutes, Tony. That's all it needs. This is not an exact of Orion. It's close. Now, once again, there's mods out there, dude. You can go find mods for an Orion capsule. There's or any rocket that you want. You can get Kerbalized versions of them. Yeah, just like Orion, the Orion thrusters were doing this to reorient the capsule for the water. They were doing that. We saw them do it. Boink. There we go. Jeb lives to fly another day. All right. Are there bears in those woods? No. No bears on Kerbin. All right, so let's redo this and let's do this right. So I had my booster separation working. The separators work. We just have to make sure that I hit the right action groups and the right keys at the right time. What the heck is jettison the abort system? Where's that? Oh, that's the action group for it. All right, I'll be a little more careful this time. Let's try it again. What the heck is an aluminum falcon? Is KSP2 better than 1? No. KSP2 got abandoned mid-development and the studio was shuttered. Do not buy it. Play KSP1. KSP1 has has modding support. It's feature complete and it has modding support. It is a much better game. Do not buy KSP2. I'm not even kidding. Don't do that. There we go. Let's try this again. All right. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. No wobble this time. We got a liftoff. Jeb, Bill, and Bob doing a close flyby of the moon. Re-return flyby of the moon. Okay, vehicles done the roll program. Yeah, baby. Dude, we should make an SLS. We should make SLS, guys. I can fudge these boosters. We can make them look like 5 segments, and then I'm thinking shoehorn a Pollux booster in there to give it the extra kick that it needs to make the burn time. Yeah, we could make an SLS. I just have to fudge this. We have to play around with this a little bit, but we could absolutely do it. Throttling back for max Q. We have maximum dynamic pressure. Vehicle is supersonic. The reason why I didn't go and build an SLS in Orion is because I don't have time. I didn't have the time to do it. It takes a little bit of time if you're going to build a complicated vehicle in KSP. SLS is a complicated vehicle. Yeah, there is maximum dynamic pressure. Yep, there's max Q, and it does screw up your vehicle if you're not careful. All right, let's see if our separation system works better this time. Thrust tailing off on SRBs, we got about 10 seconds to separation. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Woohoo! Now that's what it's supposed to do. All right, now what's the next AG here? The next AG is activating the service module. That's not what we want. We need launch abort system jettison.
Discovery.
Don Waldy! Truly amazing set of streams last week. Learned so much still. Watched every minute until Splashdown. Also introduced one of my little ones to everything space. Yes! Space is awesome. Okay, so let's go for the last jettison. Ready? Work. Please don't explode in my face. There we go. Last jettison confirmed. All right, shroud. Shroud jettison confirmed. Let's do this. Now we have our Orion-esque capsule there. And our core stage is burning like crazy. Sorry, I gotta pitch up just a little bit. Stand by for Miko. Confirmed. Okay. Next step is stage separation. Got a good separation on our Centaur 5-esque thing here. Upper stage ignition. Okay, we gotta stop. We gotta get around here so we can boost the perigee. I wanted to make sure that the core stage, my core stage here, stayed in a suborbital trajectory, and it's suborbital. It'll come back down. Okay. So once again, this isn't exactly the ICPS that was used during the Artemis II mission, but it's close enough. Okay, we can coast a little bit. Okay, we'll do a perigee raising burn here. The ideal place, so if you look, guys, we're not suborbital, but we're almost suborbital. My PE, the periapsis, is very low. It's only 37 kilometers. If we keep flying, if we get flying on this trajectory, we'd re-enter the atmosphere. Don't want that. We're not suborbital, but we're pretty suborbital. We don't want to do that. So I'm going to do a burn here, right at my high point. If you want to raise the low point in your orbit, you have to burn at the high point. If you burn in the direction that you're going at the high point. So if you burn what's called prograde, if you burn prograde at apoapsis, you're going to raise your periapsis. If you burn retrograde, so against the way that you're going at AP, you're going to lower your periapsis. We don't want that. If we lower it, we're going to come back down. We don't want to do that. We're trying to go to the moon, right? So when we get up to our apoapsis, I'm going to fire my engines. We're firing our engines in the direction that we're going. So we're going to raise. We fire these suckers. Ready? Watch. There we go. The engines are on. See? And see, the PE is going up. We want to get that to equal to where we are. Now, this isn't exactly what Artemis II did, but we'll figure it out. Get what we want there with Artemis II in a moment. Let me just get into a stable orbit so I can talk to you guys and tell you what's up. So 101 by 104. That's perfect. We're fine. This is good enough. Okay. Now, the moon's over there. Artemis II did not do this. It didn't go directly to the moon. It didn't perform its TLI burn instantly. The upper stage put it into a different orbit, a different type of orbit here. Now, this is going to take some planning to do, so this might be a little bit out of the, not out of the scope of like a Kerbal, like a newer Kerbal player, but I'm going to try to replicate it as best as I can. So they went into high Earth orbit, which is an orbit that looks like that dotted line. In Kerbal, you make maneuver nodes and you could tell it, you could set where you want to go from there. Now, what I need to do is I need to here dial in the delta V that we need for a lunar rendezvous. There it is. And we need to do a far side pass of the moon. That's it. Oh, hold up. Let me back it up. There we go. There's our free return. That is, for the most part, the trajectory that Artemis II flew. Okay. Now I know that that's going to line up. That's going to work. All right, cool. So you can just dump that real quick. All right. Part of this is making sure that you're in the right place to lead the shot. If you're trying to go out to that moon, you got to be able to lead it. It's not about trying to look at it and burn towards it, okay? Like, you don't want to go there in a straight line. You have to, unless you have the fuel to do it, in which case, go ahead. But this isn't Star Wars. It's more realistic orbital mechanics here. Hey, Nader, what's going on? All right, so I'm going to do what Artemis II did. Artemis II went into a high eccentric, high Earth orbit trajectory. It did something like this, okay? So we're gonna just time warp a little bit. We're gonna coast for a second, just like they did. And we're gonna fire our upper stage here. When we're at the most opportune time. It's about a 600 meters a second delta V burn. All right, cool. If you're gonna do Artemis 2, you have to do the, okay. So the cool thing is, right, is, here, hold up. There we go. The cool thing is, dudes, is that you have to get signal in Kerbal. Now, I don't have that difficulty setting enabled on this save because I use this save for testing. But if you want to build out a deep space network on Kerbin, you can do that. No, it doesn't make a tone like the real one does. My other save that we were just messing around with does, though. Now, at this point on the real one, Orion would have deployed its saws by now, but that's just... bear with me here. Now, this is the apogee raise burn that they did on Flight Day 2. This is the one where they split the sleep schedule. Or no, that was the perigee raise burn. So ARB would have been before the first sleep schedule. This would have been Flight Day 1. Now, as you can see, Kerbin, just like Earth, it takes a second to break the grav well. You gotta really start accelerating. Remember, the name of the game with spacecraft is not how far you can go in terms of distance. How far you can go on a spacecraft is measured in how fast you can go. Okay? That's important to understand. How fast you can go. It's not about the distances with spaceflight. It's the case in Kerbal, it's the case in real life. It's about how much you can change your velocity. Spacecraft range is measured in acceleration. It's measured in change in meters a second, or change in feet per second, depending on what measuring system you use. Kerbal uses metric. I'm fine with using metric. I can use either. I don't care about what you think about what's a better measuring system. Be quiet. Okay? Yeah, cool. Fun. We're having fun. So, if you look, all of our maneuvering nodes are measured in meters a second, right? Metric rules. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the spacecraft that just went out to the moon was using feet per second, Flavia. So, you know, yeah, you guys can use metric for whatever you do. We'll use feet per second to get to the moon. Okie dokie? Lunar units, baby. All right, so we're in our high Kerbal orbit here. Now what we got to do is extend the solar panels. I don't absolutely have something that's like Orion with this, but it's something that's close.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Can you land on the moon? Oh, you can land on the moon. Yeah, absolutely. It's actually really difficult. You ever played a Lunar Lander? Atari Lunar Lander? It's kind of like that. So, while Artemis II was in this high orbit, what they did was they executed the Rendezvous Proximity Operations Demonstration, RPOD, or they were calling it RPOD. So here, let me show you what Victor did with that pod, all right? So let's shut down the engines on the stage, disarm them. All right, so now we're going to separate the pod. Now, what's going on with this? There we go. Just pretend that part didn't happen, okay? Okay, so what they did with the Artemis II capsule was something like this. So let's go this way. So they went and they pulled away from the capsule like this. And what Victor did was test how well the capsule, with the RHC, test how well the capsule moved. Test how well the capsule moved relative to the stage. So they went up like this. Okay, so now what they did was this. They turned Orion around. I heard you could only build Artemis 1 in KSP. If you wanted to build Artemis 2, you need to purchase the vastly superior KSP 2. I don't know who told you that. They were lying to you. Don't listen to them. It's the sound. That's not true. You could build whatever the heck you want in KSP1, especially with mods. I'm doing more or less the Artemis 2 mission right now. All right, so this is what Victor did here with the capsule. They didn't redock to the upper stage, but they did something like this. Ready? Whoop. They turned around, and with Orion, they got close. Close enough to simulate the type of proximity operations that you'd need for docking, like this. And what Victor did is slowly went up to this thing and kind of sat there and did what's called station keeping with it. See, it doesn't look like us in the upper stage are moving very fast. We're certainly not moving very fast relative to each other. Relative is less than a centimeter a second, right? We're basically flying in formation. We're not connected, but we're both hurling up into a high Earth orbit right now. How fast can you dock? Depends on what it is. Xi'an, pretty well. So then what they did with the upper stage was something like this. They rotated the upper stage with the capsule next to it, which is a ballsy thing to do. This is why the RPOD was one of my favorite parts of the entire mission. Then, with the turned upper stage, they went towards it like this. And then there was a target port on the side that Victor took that capsule right up next to. Like this. Right? And they used it to calibrate Orion's thruster system. Like that. Once again, in spaceflight, this is called station keeping. It's flying in formation with something. Station keeping like this is used a lot in rendezvous proximity operations and docking, so RPOD. Now, this one on Artemis II was a rendezvous proximity operations demonstration, so there was no redocking. This Orion, the Orion that flew, Integrity, did not have a docking port on the front. So, take that for what it's worth. But that's what Victor did. That's what they did. Now, what they did after that was backed away. They rotated the stage, Nader. Yeah, I figured that out later. They said that in a press conference that they rotated. They rotated the stage and not the capsule. Mind the monoprop. What's wrong with it? Yeah, there was some coupling, exactly. And when I switched to a 4K monitor, so these numbers are telling rates for the nerds. You could show it shows your rotational rates in yaw, pitch, and roll over there. And that's actually like superbly helpful when you're dialing in a craft. That's why I knew what Victor was doing, because I did this exact test with this capsule. Only I docked to something. I think I docked to a target vehicle, but they were testing out for docking with a lander, not the LEM, but yes, Terminator, they were testing out docking with a lander. That was the idea. Yeah, they did rotate that stage. They said that. I thought they moved the capsule relative. No, they fired the stage thrusters and turned the stage, and then he went in and targeted the side port, which is, that's a ballsy move. That's dangerous. The stage that's full of fuel. It's dangerous. Now, at this phase in the mission, the crew slept. If I'm time warping right now, But yeah, the crew slept and they backed away from the stage. This is the 4.5-hour sleeping period that was on flight day 1. And then when they were up here, they did what's called a perigee raise burn to get them in the right phase to go to the moon. So I'm going to dial in what's in Kerbal. You have something called a maneuver node. And the maneuver node tells you when and where you should burn. Now, during their perigee raise burn, this is what they did. They performed a translanar injection burn, or TLI. That's what this is. But they did it in such a way that they used the moon's gravity. Here, let's target the moon. I'll show you. So, watch. So we want to burn and we want to go fast enough to be able to get near the moon. Now, if you fly this way around the moon, this is a prograde insertion around the moon. Basically, you're going with the direction that the moon orbits. The moon in KSP-1, the moon in KSP is tidally locked, but it's not an exact copy of our moon. It has its own geological features, etc., etc. So the far side is over here. Right now, the far side is illuminated just because of where it is. It's probably not going to be illuminated when we get out there, but whatever. So this right here, we can use the moon's gravity to slingshot to a higher orbit if we really wanted to. But that's not what Artemis II did. Artemis II went in retrograde. They went in going in the opposite direction. The idea there was to use the moon's gravitational pull to put you back on a return trajectory around Kerbal. The patch conics don't show up very well, I know. So, this, if we back out, you can see them a lot better. That's the return trajectory that we're trying to do. But if we keep going, change the phase. If we keep going, we can use the moon's gravity to push us back. We're ejecting off the far side of the moon to get us to come back here. And in order to do this right, you got to do a far pass on the moon. Hang on. There we go. That's good enough. So the crew would be in their first sleeping period right now. And then what would have happened around here is the upper stage would have done a disposal burn. Yeah, Hibbit, I don't know what orbital mechanics you're thinking about, but it's not the right kind. All right, so check this out. Ready? We're going to dispose of the second stage here by just burning its thrusters there to put it on a re-entry trajectory. So see, that trajectory is suborbital now, and now that thing's going to burn up with the modifications that we just made. So, Bon Voyage stage, we don't need you anymore. Let's go back over to Orion. So now the crew would have done a raise burn here, but we don't need to do that. We can go right for TLI, and that's what we have dialed in. So Push me like I have a rocket launch, a docking mission, 2 separate moon landings, and more lined up in game, of course. You put on your plate what you think you can put on your plate, dude. Hokey, the demo was amazing, dude. That was one of my favorite parts of that entire mission. I mean, let's be real. All of it was the thing. You had said it was a perigee raise maneuver and then placed the node at perigee. No, I said it was a perigee. No, apogee raise. I corrected myself. I don't think you guys... maybe the mic didn't pick it up or something. Yeah, that was not the intention. But yeah, no. All right, so this would have been the second sleeping period on flight day 1. And then we would have entered flight day 2 over here. So we're not going to do that whole mission because if we did it in real time, it would take 1 hour and 11 minutes. We're not doing that. What we are going to do is time warp. You can time warp in KSP so you don't have to. There's the stage. Stage is going to burn up if you watch. Now that we're doing the close pass, capsule's lined up in the right position. We're gonna fire our surface propulsion system here. It's a 38-second burn, and we are gonna shoot the moon just like they did. Hey, Sea Kraken, ready? Now, if you notice, look. Burning at our perigee, burning prograde at perigee raises apogee. You see our orbit's going higher. Our orbit is getting more and more eccentric. We're trying to put it in a point where, at our high point, we're going to get near the moon. And eventually, you'll get what's called an intercept, just like the maneuver node is showing. Wait for it. There we go. We got an intercept. Now we got to get the intercept on the backside of the moon. Over here. Just like that. So we just got to accelerate a little bit more. Now we shut the maneuver off and we see how close we were. Just got to go a little bit more. There we go. So now, TLI is good. Now, for the actual Artemis mission, they would have done a coast out to the moon. This was flight day 3, 4, and 5, where they did the suit test. They did all kinds of different testing here. But if you watch, we're going to time warp through it. Hey, Ethau, welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. The toilet on this is working just fine. Yeah, it's in that hatch over there. See, mine's working just fine. Wait a minute. Ready? Hold on. Shut those for a second. Wait for it.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
Yeah? Now, let's put this thing bias tail the sun, just like the actual mission. How about the bubble wrap? Dude, something is wrong with the bubble wrap audio file. It doesn't always play it. Copy. Bubble wrap nominal.
Copy.
Bubble, but yeah, it doesn't. Something's weird. Something weird is going on with that. You know what? You know what we can do? Let's open that not with Windows Media Player. Let's try VLC. Let's see if VLC wants to do it. Because VLC is goated.
Copy. Bubble wrap nominal.
There you go. Bubble wrap is nominal. Yeah, VLC where Windows Media Player sucks. All right, so we'll put the capsule bias tail to sun. Once again, this is kind of an analog for Orion. I kind of want to do another detail pass on this to get it more like Orion. But, yeah, we'll, Outlook works in my... Well, no, Outlook doesn't work, Geeson. It doesn't work up here because my Kerbals don't use Outlook because using Microsoft is Microsoft. There you go. So, watch. This is what's called a free return trajectory. This is what they did. I mean, you're gonna see it in time warp, right? So they went out towards the moon. Actually, our phasing is... Where's the sun? The sun's not in the right place, but that's okay. So see, we're getting towards that. We're getting out towards the moon. And what's going to happen is, and this is what happened on flight day 5. This was at the end of flight day 5 in the mission. You started entering the moon's SOI, or sphere of influence. The SOI is basically where the moon's gravitational pull is going to move your spacecraft more than Earth's. This blue trajectory right there is, you know, around Kerbal, right? But if we enter the moon's trajectory, that's where the moon's gravitational pull is going to have more pull than Kerbal. So Kerbal and Earth are the same in this analogy, and moon are the same in this analogy. So all right, so take a look. We entered lunar SOI, and it's going to pull us. And it's going to spit us out. See how we did? We have a high pass, just like they did. We have a high pass towards the moon. And it's going to spit us out. The moon's basically going to orbit by. It's going to spit us out the back, and then it's going to shoot us back towards Kerbal. But this would have been flight day 6 at this point. And you can see the craters illuminated. The Terminator, like I said, the sun's in the wrong place. But the sun would have been over here for this mission, and they would have been able to see this side of the moon. We're going to see, with the sun's in the opposite place because I didn't launch at the same time on the calendar year as they did. So, yeah. We're going to get a far side pass of the moon just like they did. And this is where they went ham with the cameras. This is what we saw on flight day 6. Wasn't their trajectory shaped like a number 8? Yes. I know what the next question is. Why does this not look like that? Because it's showing localized lunar SOI. If our trajectory was overlaid, it would look like a figure 8. If our Kerbalized conic trajectory was overlaid, it would have looked like that. But there you go. Now, once again, guys, in Kerbal, you have enough delta V. You can land on that moon. You can land on it. You could build a base down there if you really want to. It's all seamless. You can get down there. You could build a lander. You can make it. You can make it roll. You could build a base down there. Landing pads. You know, resource utilization. You could dig. You can mine into the ground, and not like physically, but you could put a piece of mining equipment down, pull fuel from the ground, and refuel stuff down there. But this is illustrating what they saw on the backside. Once again, the sun for the Artemis II mission was over here. But yeah, you get the idea. How much of the next Orion is completed? Orion serial number 4 is pretty... It's not mated to its service module yet, Trick Jumper, but it's about to be, if you really want to know. Yeah, baby. So they would have seen the flip side of this because the sun was over here. The sun is in the opposite direction. But those Earth, instead of an Earthrise picture, they would have seen an Earth set. Once again, that has to do with phasing and the sun being in a different spot in my Kerbal save versus theirs, right? Can I suggest a really cool mod? No? What is the graphic mod? It's called Waterfall. Here, exclamation point KSP1 mods. Scatter is the, yeah, Scatter, Waterfall, and Parallax are what I use. I don't really want to use other mods. What is this? Stencil? Oh, that's kind of cool. You can click transparency on things. That's pretty neat. I'm curious about the construction of the capsule, specifically how you created the outer container and how the capsule is attached. I used fairings to make it. Know what I'm saying? It was... I think I should do a spacecraft tutorial in the future here on how to... And we'll build like a higher fidelity Orion, I think. This capsule is actually too small to be analogous to Orion, but... The spacecraft design is really what I like, but yeah, see, there's Kerbal rise. Now, once again, they would have saw the flip of this. They would have seen Kerbal illuminated off the backside of the moon, but the sun is 180 degrees out to where it needs to be. The sun should be over there. So when they did this pass of the moon here, right? This was at the end of flight day 6, right? When they got back into radio contact, the sun was over here, and the moon would have what's called transited the sun. So it would have been behind it, and that's what gave you, that's what gave us, ooh, more SLS Ascent footage. You know what? Let's try to use NASA's search engine for a second. How about moon? Woof. Ding dong. Yeah, get rid of videos, get rid of audio, update our results. And let's keep it to 2026. Update the results. Where is that picture? The transit picture. It's in here. So, oh, there it is. That's one of them. So this shot is basically where I am in Kerbal, but once again, the sun would have been behind the moon in this shot. There's some, Nader. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. I don't think we have anything, Andridicus. I don't think we have that yet. But yeah, the sun is in the wrong position for this. I'd have to wait. I could replicate this perfectly with the sun on the other side, so we can illuminate the western hemisphere of the moon instead of the eastern hemisphere, but it's okay. But yeah, those eclipse pictures that they took, dude, that's, where's my favorite one? It's in here somewhere. NASA has all kinds of pictures in here. Oh, man. That one to read is cool. Bro, this freaking crew. I can't believe this whole mission happened, dude. There's one of the eclipse. Here, let's try Artemis II eclipse. NASA search engine. There's pictures of the heat shield. That's Artemis II's heat shield. And guys, I'll be honest with you, that shield ablated perfectly. It did exactly what Amit said it was going to do. I am very, very happy about that. Oh, hey, come back. There's a lot of cool pictures in there, though. Yeah, that one's good enough. It's a better version of this picture. So yeah, Earth is over here, just like where we are in Kerbal, right? And then the sun would have been on the backside of the moon, and you would have been able to see Saturn, Mars, and Mercury here, and then Venus would have been over there. But once again, we're playing Kerbal. It doesn't use the real solar system, but this is the general idea. Hey, where did it, man? There we go. What you're hearing is sound from the PAO, one of the PAO events that they did. That's the life support systems on Integrity. I had one of my mods. I had all systems loop the sound. Do you need the multi-hour one? Yeah. They haven't released heat shield photos yet, but so I'll show you guys in a second. So yeah, far side transit, right? Now we exited the moon's SOI, and now it hurled us out on a trajectory that's going to basically have us re-enter. We use the moon to basically do a U-turn. And how that would have looked overlaid if we had the right conics would have been a loop around the moon like that. Actually, the loop went this way, but you get the idea. But how orbital mechanics works is we'd go out on the orbit like this, loop around the moon, and now we're on the backside of that. Your machine. I thought you would have needed at least a week to recover. Major Who, so here's the thing. I wanted to get a Kerbal stream in today, guys, because I'm going to be gone for the rest of the week, partially to recoup, but mostly to host the, we're doing a little bit of a virtual field trip this week. I am going to Textron Aviation's airfield in Kansas to host the AIAA 30th Annual Build, Design, and Fly Collegiate Competition. Yeah. It is a competition where college kids build RC airplanes and compete in a competition to see who can make the best RC airplane for whatever the task is. So, guys, I only had one day this week to play KSP, and I wanted to do some tutorials with you guys. Is that going to be streamed? Yes, it's going to be streamed here. I actually, when we were talking in contractual stuff, they were actually like, I'm like, hey, can I double stream it? And they were like, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that'll be streamed here on the Twitch channel, and on YouTube it'll be on NSF. So yeah, that I gotta get actually on a plane tomorrow. And I gotta go start getting set up for that event. It's next weekend. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do this week. So that's basically gonna be my break. And then when I get back on Monday, next Monday, so the 20th. And when I get back, we're just gonna belt into playing KSP more. Why no mods that allow for near future tech or add interstellar travel? Because I use this to teach people, and that's really not a good way to do that, friend Kim. Your school is sending a team generic name? Are you going to stream it? Yeah, dudes. That's what I'm doing. So yeah, I'm only here. I only have today to kind of jump in and play Kerbal, and you know what I want to do is switch over to kind of space news, and we could talk about the Artemis II mission as well. I wanted to get some of these kind of very, very small tutorials in for Kerbal, and then people said, a lot of people were asking me to refly the Artemis II mission in KSP. Well, here you go. Yeah, so that's the AIAA Design, Build, and Fly event. I'm going to be hosting that. Yeah, and the other thing is that, so during the off days from the competition, I'll jump in here and we'll talk about space news. And if I stretch goal would be to cover rocket launches because I want to see New Glenn fly again. But yeah, we're now exiting lunar SOI here in KSP, and we are heading back towards Earth. So this would have been flight day 7, day 8, and day 9. When is New Glenn? Tentatively the 17th. I don't know if it's going to work here, but I don't know if it's going to fly. We'll see. They did put the rocket up. I mean, it's tentatively set for the 17th. AIAA, yeah. AIAA is the American Institute of Aeronautical and the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronomics. Yeah, it's like Spaceport America Cup, if you guys remember that. All right, so here we go. So now, once again, a lot of people were wondering why they were accelerating towards Earth. And like, even though we were 1 day away from entry, why they were so far away. Well, here, take a look. If you look at it fast forwarded, right, we're not moving very quickly until we get down around here when Kerbal really starts to pull us back in. If you notice, we're accelerating, but it's constant acceleration, right? Good job, Bill and Bob. I hope you guys got your suits on. Now we're going to come up on this real quick here. No, it's all relative, Tender. So because everything is being accelerated relatively at the same time, you wouldn't really feel it. They didn't feel it. Everybody on board and the capsules all being accelerated towards Earth at the same time. Or Kerbal in this particular case, you won't feel this. What you'll feel is when you start to hit the atmosphere and decelerate. I saw on your site that you have a KSP mission pack. Can you go over what that is? Mission mode is a rule set that I use for KSP, friend Cam. It's just a way that it's a rule set that I use, a high difficulty rule set that I use to play KSP sometimes. It took me a second to think about what you were talking about. So once again, we're gonna pop back in here, and I put my craft by his tail to sun, and it's gonna pull us in. It's gonna start to pull us in real fast. Okay, here we go. All right. Enable the pyro valves on our CMRCS. Cool. CMRCS is working. Have you been to Elu? I've been to every planet in this game, dude. Let's flip us to a relative position. And we are going to jettison our service module just like they did. Now, my capsule is designed to slew like the Orion is, but it's not designed to do it very much. I should probably, if we make a new capsule, I might make it slew a little bit more. But all right, here we go. Stand by for SM separation. And there we go. Got a good separation on the service module. And now we line up for re-entry. Coming up on entry interface here. shut those off. We don't need those anymore. This would have been another cool moment for Orion to have been on board Orion for. Super fast, super low. This would have been nuts, dude. So let me shut off that. And now, here we go. Yep, service module burns up over there. You can see Kerbal is eating it. There's been some pictures from the side, Electron. I'll show you. And then, oh, that's service module. And then the heat shield is keeping our Kerbal safe. It's keeping our Kerbal safe by burning off. It's called ablation. Ablation. Oh, well, communications blackout. Sad there's no capsule with 4 crew. I'm sure somebody has a modded Orion out there somewhere. In fact, chat, who has the Orion mod? Is there one? I'm sure somebody has a parts pack that has something like Orion. The Artemis construction kit? I might go use that. So what they do, what Integrity does is roll to be able to change its trajectory like this. You can steer the capsule in. We're not doing that. I'd have to go and redo it just a little bit to make this work correctly, but this is the general idea here. Zelios, you got it? Artemis construction pack? Do we have pictures? Roughly when do you expect the Artemis III crew to be announced? It's gonna be in the coming months, dude. Can you show you how to install? Try Danielson, you need something called CCAN. Charlie, Kilo, Alpha, November. CKAN. With CCAN, you can, it's like a mod installer for Kerbal. Now we're coming down in the desert, but that's fine. That's okay. Don't matter. All right, so now that we're coming through, we can pop the drogue chutes. Landing will be fine. I'm really surprised you didn't get the Firefly mod. So guys, I don't know why people that have been watching the stream for a long time are asking me this. I don't like using mods. I don't like to mod the game to a point where it's unrecognizable. That's not a good way to teach people. Kerbal's already an abstract game. You are actually making it more complicated by putting all these mods in that are going to confuse people more. That's why I don't do it. And to be 100% honest with you, I'm probably not going to. Still. Drogues? I'm really surprised you haven't downloaded the RP1 mod. I've probably been asked about 30 times already today. 95. Nah, maybe not 30. It's more like 10, but you get the idea. And now, our chutes will deploy right now. There we go. Yeah, baby. I only need 2 chutes because this isn't an Orion analog. It's close. Eventually, you will try RP1 and enjoy it and have a worker's moment, but until then, no, I won't. You don't tell me how to run my stream, please. Do you drop the heat shield? Nope. This one doesn't drop the heat shield. And this capsule I've rated to land on land and water, so that's why it's okay. Normally, I would have dialed in our trajectory, so we would have gotten back to KSC. I usually try to land in the water near it, but yeah, we did this quick. Are we landing on the moon? Not with no, this is the desert. And Jeb, Bill, and Bob have touched down, transiting the far side of the moon. Pretty cool, huh? Why was there no steam when Orion splashed down? The heat shield isn't really designed to do that, Booth. The heat shield is very porous, so if anything, it would have been like a sponge. But yeah, there you go. That's your Artemis II mission in Kerbal. When I can actually get the rocket to work correctly, that's how they did it. That was the mission. Where are the aliens? The Kerbals are aliens? They're little green men? How much more alien do you want? Could Orion use steam for RCS? Why no KSP2? Okay. So in the coming weeks, like the rest of this week, I'm actually going to do the AIAA event. So we will get into more tutorials over the next couple of weeks for like docking, rendezvous, stuff like that. But yeah, for now, I think, so I play Kerbal, guys, but what I also do is, what I also wanted to do today is just kind of sit there and talk about the mission now that I've had a weekend to kind of stew on it. And yeah, just kind of take in the day or the entire mission. So that's what we're going to do now. Have you made a Starship replica? Yeah, more or less. I usually call it Space News, but I think Artemis II, a retrospective, would be a good thing to call it today. Did you watch the conference on Saturday? Yeah, I did.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Booth, I wanted to stream it. I was just, dude, I'm still kind of out of it. My brain is still kind of like, you know, I'm putting on a brave face today. But yeah, there's a very high level overview of what you can do in KSP. You design and build your own rockets, dudes. It's a really fun game. ArtemisLive.io is at your service for that. Oh. Wow, cool. So I'm just going to jog the VOD over on YouTube like what I usually do, and we'll get into kind of talking about Artemis II, etc., etc. I'm sure you helped NASA build and design the rocket. And no, I did not. I'm just a spectator. I did see that, Hibbit, but we will talk about that in a second. Okay, stand by for loss of signal on YouTube as expected. Be right back.